Now I'm going to start the real recording.
Bum bum.
Y'all ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm
ready.
ready. Okay.
Or my TPA.
Hitting the play button. That's what this is for, is getting your giggles out if you have giggles. So,
I really just I'm trying to find that fucking Metal Gear Solid video so I can play it later. I wish you all had TikTok so I could send you stuff on TikTok. It's amazing, okay?
okay. 2 seconds. So, in our last session, everybody returned to the city of Vestia. After escorting Bartholomew and Toby to their waiting cells for the upcoming trial, everyone decided that they needed a very lengthy break from their adventures, and so started a 14-day waiting game for the start of the trial for Bartholomew Hornswallow. In the first 3 days, everybody received things like letters from loved ones, packages from potentially shady organizations, or packages from aspiring artificers, as well as attending to some errands that they had. Vorksan asking out Pandora, Ivy finally getting to talk to Tobias, a Pocket finally setting up that timber game that's supposed to happen after the trial should be over. Kiki finally getting a letter from the Enchanter about a bow, as well as many, many other things, including Ivy trying to make a stabilization necklace that failed, as well as researching different things in the library, from poisons to spells to explosives, and coming away with 2 new pets for the party, a crow, or a raven rather, named Atlas, and a plane-shifting alligator named Boomer. We come back here on the 31st of Berlin, the day 4 of the 14 days, the morning of Renendi. But before the morning, we shoot over to Vorksan, who is walking into the Lonely Fowl. And this time walking to the Lonely Fowl, it's not as jaunty as it was before. It's very, very late in the night or early in the morning. There's maybe a couple drunks still out in the space here. The same portly looking gentleman who is just shining another wine glass, and the other portly man you recognize who is waiting over by the secret doorway that you chose to take last time. What are you doing?
I thought that I had written down the wine and the thing that I got for Pandora, and it appears that I did not. The wine and the taffy. But
Do you want me to remind you?
yeah, please.
Okay. Well,
Or
it
I
happened
will-
last. It happened last week.
Oh, I don't have my dice out anyway, so continue.
It was a Malbec.
Malbec, cool. I would like to approach him, give him a head nod, and drop a real sly. Really like that Malbec. Certainly hit the spot.
Who are you approaching and saying this?
The bald one that I recognize, the one by the secret
Alright.
door.
Okay.
That is the bald one, right?
Yeah. He looks at you and he. You catch on quick, don't you?
Oh yeah, do my best.
Door opens, leading to the same staircase.
I
Walk-
enter.
You walk down it, and you are again greeted by the lower streets, the marketplace of Haven. It's very quiet, a little eerie here. It's a little different looking than the last time you were here. Obviously, it's early in the morning, so there's not very many people out. There's a couple people kind of lingering, some people walking past you to go back up through the Lonely Fowl entrance. But you are here in Haven, in a very lonely Haven at the moment.
So you said there's not a whole lot of people around. Does the people that are around, are they just kind of like in that like mid-morning sleepy haze kind of thing,
Yeah, because right now it's
or
about,
early morning sleepy haze kind of thing?
well, it's right now it's about 2, 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
So
So
people are closing down the shops that are open. Shops that have been closed down are not open yet. So
can I kind of stealth in quotation marks, like I want to look super casual,
okay,
to where at least a couple of my old labyrinth entrances were?
yeah, give me a charisma check. Or a crest bearer, after all.
Titties. Natural 20.
Okay, yeah, you go back to your old old state of mind walking through here. You remember that walking through this main area eventually follows down a path to where the opening of the labyrinth begins. The under labyrinth begins. If you want to go straight there, or if you want to make any detours, it's up to you.
What shops are around me? Or are there, or what? Rather, I say that. What, like, what doesn't look closed yet?
Well, the only places that aren't closed are currently in the middle of closing, like some of the bars and taverns that are around here, or some of the night entertainment that is down here,
Strip club.
more or less. That is down here. Most of the like black market trade and small businesses that thrive down here, they have those little wooden gates that are closed in front of them and locked with various kinds of iron locks and such.
Cool. Yeah. No, I just go to.
Okay.
I just want to kind of look around because I remember they were caved in, but I want to just kind of poke around and see if any of them looks like it's been interacted with recently or anything.
Well, you travel to the opening area where the under labyrinth begins, and you remember that it is a big open cavernous area that starts out, and the last of the mapped tunnels are still mapped with little markings over them, telling you, what they lead to, like south tunnel, southwest tunnel, stuff like that. You could travel down one of these if you'd like.
I will head to.
You haven't been down here in.
Yeah, it's been at least a couple years, right?
Yeah. So
At
if
least
you,
because that was when.
yeah, if you'd rather try to get a map or try to ask someone maybe vague directions to get your point, you can do that, or you can
I was gonna say I feel like Vorkson spent enough time like on the south side of town. That's where he's kind of like pseudo raised himself.
Mhm.
That he's pretty familiar with the south tunnel, so I want to look at them and then like the one that is kind of the southern or the most familiar one to him. I want to go down that
Yeah.
one.
Okay. Choose to go down the south side tunnel. All of these tunnels start out big, and they're more like structured almost like burrows. You know, where it's almost cavernous looking, but you know, every few almost like blocks, I guess, is the term I would use. You know, of space between. You see little kind of hovel or burrows that kind of lead into bigger spaces. A few of them people are still living in. You know, covered by wooden doors that have been kind of etched in this cave-like tunnel structure. But it's very quiet, very hollow. Little drips of water kind of coming in through here. You eventually find yourself to the first not very well lit tunnel cross section that leads into, you know, that goes deeper. So you're going down increasingly. You keep going down as you're going into these tunnels. So
Would I have had a mind to grab torches before, like my bag before I left?
I mean, you have torches in your, you know,
Okay,
in your explorer's pack that you can use.
then I want to strike one up
But
and
you don't have very many.
cool.
Okay.
I want to strike one up.
All right. You start your descent down into the Under Labyrinth. We'll say, as that starts, morning has come to. It is now probably about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, as you've finally gotten to properly exploring. The rest of you who are in the barracks arise. Jim informs you, Pocket, that you have received a letter in the mail. Very strange looking letter. I have, other than that letter for the first up for the morning, Pocket, you wanted to go to the library again with Kiki and Ivy and research the Dark Six with Kadesh. Or Dark Six and Kadesh.
I also need to go to the library.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Did I not? I thought I sent that to you last time.
Oh, that's right.
We could have. He may have oopsed. I mean, Josh is a person.
I just don't remember if I actually sent it.
Half-orc stuff. Oh, right. You're wanting to research half-orc stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, you kind of overhear Pocket talking with Ivy and Kiki about possibly going to the library today. You want to go with them?
Might as well.
Well, the floor is y'all's.
Do it.
I certainly don't know the way to the library. I've never been, so lead the way, my fellow nerds.
Am I taking a break from my enchanting?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have sent for a specialist to come help, but you don't know whenever you're going to get an answer on that. Pocket, you do have your letter that you just received. Would you like to open it? Meredith!
I'm sorry, I've been talking this entire time.
Oh, you have! Yay! Would you like to give us a recap? Yeah.
I don't know. I was just, I was offering Solace to come along with the library, and I said I didn't. I said I didn't like it either. I'm just going because I have to. Anyway, but
Okay.
yeah, I'll grab the letter and read it on
All right.
the way.
Okay. So as you begin to, which library you wanting to go to? That's a good question.
You just come with us.
Can I
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking the lot of you. Which library would you like to go to?
I
Oh.
don't know anything about libraries. I just know they're going to a library, so I'm
know.
gonna go with them.
I know.
See, the one on the Dark Six is probably more secretive stuff, right?
Could ask someone.
Which library has the most vague stuff that people don't know much about?
Like rare books.
Yeah, rare books, secret books, books that are not open to the public or something.
Who are you asking this to?
We could certainly ask somebody.
Hey, Steve, what's his name? What's his
Are you talking
Jim?
about Jim?
Jim. Hey, Jim.
Oh, good morning. Oh, I'm not dead yet.
Do you know stuff about the libraries?
I've been to them, if that's what you're
Okay.
asking.
Which one should we go for stuff that's a lot more secretive and stuff that people don't know much about? Ancient stuff.
Oh, ancient stuff. Well, you're wanting to look at old things. Well, it depends. If it's magic oriented or academic oriented, that's usually going to be at the totally just forgot what it was called. Hold on.
And Jim just kind of stares off into space.
It's old. It happens.
Just space.
He's like-
Has the 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah. He goes, that kind of stuff is usually at the Usadora Arcane Library or the Academy.
Okay, what about history and religion?
Have you ever been to the Shieldside District?
Yeah, probably.
Alright, well. Well, let me see here. He begins to kind of flip through some pages on some stuff.
I have an important question.
Yes?
Actually, I don't even know if I wanted to ask Jim this.
No.
No, I think
you're,
this is
you're
like
looking for the Vestia Memorial Library. That is,
Okay.
yes. Okay, did you want to, is this a DM question,
I
Emerald?
guess.
Okay.
Like, is there a system of cabs in this city, or like, does everyone walk like for like an hour and a half to get to the other side of the city?
Well, you can, that's certainly a question I think you could ask Jim and would be okay for asking.
Okay. Hey, Jim. How far away are these libraries?
Well, the educational district is a district to the west, and the Shieldside district is 2 districts to the south. So
I think
it's
I
gonna be a
think
little
he's
bit of
asking
walking.
how long of a walk. I think is what he's asking.
Oh well, if you start walking now, you'll probably get there. I'll say it'll probably be about an hour or 2.
Is there a cab that
I
we
can-
could get?
I can hail a carriage for you if you would like.
That sounds pretty awesome.
A carriage.
Yeah, it's not super fancy, but
How many people can this carriage fit?
4.
Look at that. There are 4 of us.
You just see him fumble with a necklace that he has that he pulls out that has like hundreds of keys on it, and then below that is a little whistle that he just. And over by the entrance, you all turn around. A carriage kind of speeds up with 2 horses that both have 2 heads on them.
Nope. Nope. No.
That's
No,
dope
I'm
as
walking.
fuck.
I'm walking.
And
You guys are walking too. So here we go.
and 8 legs.
No,
I'm
No,
getting
no.
in there.
that's evil. That's evil. No.
Can I try and figure out what this thing is? Because it looks
I just
weird.
grab them and I hold them back. And I'm like, what? That.
I'm definitely getting in that
So
carriage.
as the carriage stops, a portly gentleman with a mustache that kind of curls up and then goes back down. Hello, friends. Welcome.
Oh. Hello.
This is my carriage system. I am very proud of it. It gets you to your destination in no time flat.
Well, let's go.
These are my horses. This is Phil, and this is Collins.
I'm absolutely getting in the fucking carriage.
Oh my god.
What's wrong?
No. Why would you even use those? Those are,
What
and
is
then they're
wrong?
messed up. They're even worse. They're even worse than normal.
Do you not like horses?
I don't like kelpies, man. I don't like kelpies, and none. They're never. Can't trust them. You can't trust them. I'm backing away.
Well,
I'm stepping out.
I'm sorry.
I'm
for the
walking.
order. All right. All aboard. He kind of looks.
Oh no!
Whoa.
No! Y'all are getting on.
I'm
Yeah,
definitely
No,
getting
this
on.
is not good. Oh, I can't walk away from this.
Why not?
This is a whole
Oh,
new
no.
dynamic to the
If they
city
sprout
that
too,
we
and
never
then they-
explored.
Kiki
And
looks at
and
you,
the fluff
Pocket.
falls off of them, and they become sticky, and they carry you off into some body of water. I'll never forgive myself.
Kiki looks at you and is like, "Do you want me to walk with you? I'll walk with you."
But they're getting on the carriage, and I can't.
Pocket, it's okay. I have a few things that I need to check at the Arathis Cathedral if we're going to be doing research. Shield side.
I'll reluctantly get in the carriage.
Would you like a blindfold? I have blind.
No, I need to see if they sprout anything more than their weird heads.
Okay.
I'll get on it, and I will stare at them the entire time.
There's this big old rope tie that you guys can tie to yourselves. Kind of goes around.
Saulus just thinks they're dope as fuck horses.
I just think they're
And-
creepy.
And you are shot.
Oh,
So you guys get to your library destination in about 15 minutes, actually.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
oh.
I'm just like squeezing the seat the entire way.
This is an Uber of a lifetime. Yeah, hell yeah.
I never blink. I don't blink until we get there.
It is a harrowing experience for you, Pocket, but you get there safely nonetheless. And he says, "That will be 3 gold pieces each, please.
Easy.
I toss my gold at him and I push everybody else out.
Have a good day."
Bye.
Thank
You too, man.
Thank you.
I'm so impressed.
What's wrong?
That was great, guys. Why didn't we think of this sooner? Can't believe we've been walking for hours every damn day.
Pocket. Wrong.
No, those. They were horses.
Kiki
They
looks
had one
at the
leg.
Kiki looks at the rest of you and is like, I don't think they look like that to everyone."
What does
Why
that
not?
mean?
What?
Are they thestrals?
What are those?
Never mind.
Basically, you can't see their second head or their extra feet unless you've seen someone die. And
They're
seeing as
bad.
how
That's a thestral then.
okay, I didn't know.
That's a thing?
Yeah, just mythical horses.
Oh. How common are they?
I guess that rules out the fact that they'll be. I guess.
That's
Not very,
That's the first
but that
time
man
I've-
didn't seem to come from here. So.
I guess if they're already a weird magical creature, then they can't be a kelpie, right?
I don't think that those were kelpies. Pocket.
Unless they were really extra smart kelpies that pretended to be a different mythical creature.
What's a kelpie?
They're water horses, but they look like regular horses, and then you
Seahorses?
stick to them, and then they drag you under the ocean or body of water or lake or whatever, and then you drown,
Oh.
and then they eat you.
Oh.
It's very harrowing.
Sounds like it.
I don't think I don't think Vestia would let some guy with like kelpies just like do
They don't
business.
Kelpies are pretty smart disguising themselves, you know. Just look like regular horses. I'm sure there are and I'm sure there are kelpies out there that are in it for the long term, you know.
Probably.
Okay.
My guess. Can't trust them.
So where is this Are we like right outside the library?
So he has dropped you off right outside of the district.
Oh, that means we're close to the Arathis Cathedral.
So these transportation carriages go from district to district. They don't go to a given place because basically it's like the pathways between the districts you can ride at fairly high speeds, but in the actual districts there's people walking and lots of room for accidents.
Huh.
That's cool. It's still better than walking for like an hour and a half. So
Yeah.
That's certainly true.
But yeah, y'all are on the I'll say the northeastern entrance to the so you are closer to the clock tower. The huge clock tower that is in
Ooh.
this.
We should totally visit that just for the sake of visiting the giant clock tower.
Speaking of which, in now being calm and opening up your letter pocket.
Oh right. It's all like crumpled
it's
up
kind
now.
it's kind of crushed in your hand. You have to kind of straighten it out a little bit as
It's
you
all
are.
sweaty.
Yeah, as y'all are walking through the streets, the city is waking up and people are going about their business and walking to and from. But this part of the city runs a little bit quieter than you would say the the market area of the city and the skyport and the port of the city. But you open your letter and it says. Dear my wonderful new friend, I need to speak with you in 7... Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. I need to speak with you on Sanindi of this week, if you can, please. At the top of the Everwatch clock tower. It is of pertinent emergency that you speak to me at once. Remember, you owe me. And then it's just signed at the bottom with 2 initials, BW.
I am thoroughly confused. Guys, does anybody remember somebody by the name or with the initials BW? Oh wait. No. I'm thinking. I got nothing.
you're asking the wrong guy here. I barely remember y'all's names. Oh, I shouldn't have said y'all. Sorry.
Apparently, I have to meet this person at the top of that tower because I owe them. But
you kind of
in the
look
world
up.
do I owe?
You look up, and it's the biggest thing that you've ever seen. I mean, it's taller than any building.
How did someone even build that?
You were in Caldera.
How long did that take? Anyway, it also says new friend. I've made a lot of new friends recently. This is hard.
Hey, Pocket?
What?
What was Bartholomew's last name?
Hornswallow. That's what I thought too. But this is BW.
Yeah, and I don't think Bartholomew's meeting
Also-
anyone at any clock towers.
Also, he's in jail. Remember, you put him there.
Didn't know if this was
exactly.
some kind of third party. Who was the
Do you
guy
think this is addressed to the wrong person?
Who was the guy that
I'm
tailored
getting
our
that vibe right
suits?
now.
I mean, there was the guy that broke us out of jail.
Billy.
Whoa.
Billy.
I guess
we
we'll
made
have
a
to go
deal
to the
with the
meeting and
guy.
find out.
All right, I'll just say this.
Shut up! No.
Solace, you know that. All right,
we made
fine.
a deal with him.
We
made a
did.
deal.
We did. And why was it addressed to me?
Because you're the tallest one, biggest one that can smash the most.
I was
Maybe
last
the
one
one
to
that
agree.
is least likely to throw it away because I would have.
You're the one that ended up when I rolled the d4.
Okay.
And also, Maven isn't
Hey,
isn't here,
I'm
so.
Oh man. Ah, crap. Okay, remind me to ask him what his last name is when I get there.
It says on the night of
Sinindi?
yeah, so that's on the
34th.
seventh day.
Do you
No,
guys
the
remember how Toby was the killer? Billy was the watcher.
Ah, Billy Watcher.
Silas would have known that, but
Carlos didn't.
I mean, Vorksan would have known that too, but
yeah, you're just not there. You're not
I'm not there, so you know.
Man.
So Michael had to tell Meredith.
there.
Sorry, Sauls is just dumb.
That's all right.
And
You're too busy thinking about your boy.
yeah, I
Really?
have things to research. Are we still just standing here, or have we
Anyway,
been
you
walking?
still
Y'all
walking.
been walking. Y'all eventually come up to the cathedral. Ivy, did you want to do anything at this cathedral right now?
Yeah, I'd like to step inside for a little bit and talk with Father Carnello, real quick.
All right. Are you gonna meet them at the library, or?
Yes. I'm just going to step inside here. If there's any, I have a small list of the names that we're looking for the Dark Six, right? Or a handful of
Sure.
them. Yeah,
if,
yeah.
If you wrote them down, yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't know if you wrote them down.
Information on Dark Six. Let's see.
Type that into the library database.
All right, y'all head towards the memorial, and you head up the long steps up the cathedral to the main entrance. And opening the doors, you hear the
Gregorian chanting.
Gregorian
Yep, it is
chanting.
not
Hardcore.
melodious. It is storytelling.
Mhm.
Arathis, goddess of civilization, founder of city.
Are you going to take a seat and wait, or are you gonna actively look for the?
Am I in the middle of Am I in the middle of some kind of service?
No, it's still too early for the service to start, but people are gathering here for a service to start. So,
All right. I will then look for one of the people who works here that is free.
okay. There's a couple of deacons who seem to be setting up some things, lighting candles and stuff like that. If you want to grab one of them.
Forgive me. Could you help me?
Yes. Do you need Are you in need of assistance?
I was hoping I could speak with Father Carnello. I have a few research
he
matters
is-
that I believe might be able to help me with.
He is up in his chambers preparing his sermon for today. You might go up there and knock on his door if you need anything, but be quick.
Okay. Points me in the direction.
Yeah, it points you to the west wing where there's the cathedral-like spiral staircase that goes up to the second floor. You go up to the second floor, and there is kind of the outcropping. What's the best way to describe it? You can see down into the church and all the steeples and everything like that. It's very beautiful. You kind of walk across one of the banisters or bridge areas that goes over to a very ornate-looking door. It's taller than you. That you kind of knock on the door and makes a big old echo, like a chamber echo, like boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
Yes, come in, please.
I step inside, close the door, and bow slightly. Father Carnello, may I have a moment of your time?
I recognize you. You're new here. Well, fairly new. You're the crest bearer. Come,
Yes,
come
sir.
in. I am almost done with my sermon. What can I do for you?
Do you have a list of... Do you have any books about members of the Dark Six?
You see him take a long pause, And he takes off his reading glasses and kind of closes them together. Oh. And him being very old, he kind of has a little bit of the shakes a little bit. He looks a little worried that you asked. Oh, well. Why would you want to learn about such a dark subject as such as them?
A few whispers, odds and ends here and there in my nothing of the main bulk.
Well, seeking information on evil deities will definitely tempt the soul. Just be careful. We do have one tome or two here about some of the many evil deeds that they committed over the years. If you need to look at the deity or look at the tome or make any copies, I will allow it. You are a crest bearer, after all. Seems like this might be crest bearer business, but do take care. The tomes are very old.
I will. Thank you very much for letting me see this. Hopefully this is all a waste of time.
Ask
I
for
certainly so.
Ask for Deacon Gerard, and he will take you to our private stock of tomes.
Where might I find him?
He is down, probably lighting candles.
Thank you, Father and I bow. Shantia be with you.
Blessed day to you, and Arathis guide you.
Step out, and I'm gonna go find Gerard.
Okay. He is, funny enough, the man who directed you to find Father Carnello. He's like, oh, we haven't been down there in nearly a decade. Okay.
Give it my best effort not to disturb anything.
Right this way. As he leads you down a flight of stairs towards another big door that seems to have collected some dust on it. He takes his hand and he kind of blows through it. You see some of the collected dust just kind of into the air. Remind me, we need some of the monks to come down here and clean this. Anyway, this way. Opens the big door that goes into it. And what you are greeted with is very creaky, old, thick wood filled library type situation in here. There are countless numbers of books that goes for about a story high. But they all seem to be relatively thicker than an average like college textbook. You know, they're full of big information. But it also looks like they're not really made out of modern paper. They're made out of carved in stone. For most of these, that's why the Archbishop was talking to you about making copies. Deacon Gerard lights one of the torches that is around the room, and he begins to light them. Like, be careful! When he begins blowing through and trying to de-dust some of the area here. I feel like it's highly flammable in this room. Anyway.
That's good to hear.
I just had an image
That's all right.
of, like, Ivy with, like, the 10 Commandments and a piece of parchment and doing that thing where you like rub the pencil on the paper.
Yeah.
Making copies.
Are you needing just to research, or are you needing to make copies of anything?
I believe a bit of both.
All right, I shall bring you some parchment.
Thank you.
Do you need anything else other than this? I have to return to my duties before Mass starts.
Some water, I believe, and a bit of incense.
Alrighty.
Wait.
Yes?
Never mind the incense.
Well, it smells of dust in here. I think I should bring you some incense. Okay. So you are left here.
Leaves, Ivy sits there for a moment. I certainly hope the flammable statement.
The dust is kind of settling. It's kind of in the air right now, just kind of settling with you alone in here, amongst tomes and tomes and tomes. If you want to, you can start your research in here.
Yes.
All right.
Research.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and flash over to Pocket and Ivy. You have arrived You have arrived at the Memorial Library. What?
I'm not there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pocket and Sauce.
And Talis. And
Yeah.
Kiki, right?
Correct. You arrive at the library. So the library is the only way I can describe it is it's like a Gotham style library. Like there's this very big arch with an obnoxiously tall staircase that leads to this library. Um, it almost looks like this used to be maybe an old courthouse or something that has been converted into a memorial library. Not very much light coming from within the library. There's a few old, like glass windows that have arches to them that you can kind of see a few people in there that are walking through the library hallways. But definitely looks old, especially to Solace.
Hmm.
Mm. And
Well.
there's a person at a desk, maybe?
Are y'all going inside?
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Okay. You open the door that's taller than you, Pocket. It's about 15 feet high.
Cool.
Libraries like this?
Huh?
So are all libraries like this?
No.
I don't know. I've only been to 2.
As you attempt to open the door, there is a kind of hulking figure who's not as tall as you, Pocket, but looks kind of beefy. Opens the door the rest of the way, and just in a low, guttural voice, "Welcome.
Oh,
The
thank
Memorial
you.
Library, right this way."
Thank you.
And he kind of opens. It seems you have gotten there just as they are opening.
Oh,
Oh,
convenient.
great timing.
There is a very old wooden long desk that attaches to the back of what seems to be files, like little file cases. And there are 2 very old women at the front desk. One of them is a half elf, and the other, as far as you can tell, you can't see behind the desk, looks to be gnomish, of gnomish qualities. And they are stamping sort of books and stuff. And one of the human, or the half elf lady, has reading glasses on. She seems to be reading through a scroll of some kind as you both walk up.
Excuse me, Ams. We're looking for information on ancient deities no longer existing. Dark Six, maybe.
Was that what you guys have been
Stuff.
doing?
You see this woman hear what you say, and a long moment passes as she still is continuing to read her scroll. She kind of leaves you hanging there for a good minute or 2. And before it gets too uncomfortable to the point where you ask again, she rolls the scroll back up. "Yes, how can I help you?"
Excuse me, ma'am. We're looking for information on ancient deities no longer existing. Dark Six, maybe? Evil stuff? We're crest bearers.
"Show me your crests, please."
Gonna dig mine out of a pocket somewhere.
Okay, it has a little bit of food stuck to it. But you hand it, and she looks it over, and she bites it. "They're genuine. Here you go." Bites the other one. "Why do I taste blueberry on this one?"
No, that was my breakfast from a couple days ago.
Oh, fantastic. All right, are you here on official business?
No.
Kind of? Not really.
You're conflicting. Are you here for business or no?
I'm not
Not
here for
official.
what they're here for.
Oh, I see. Well, allow me to help you first. No disrespect, but we'll have to. We have a protocol that we go through for helping crest bearers. What can I help you with, young man?
I'm looking for stuff about orcs, half orcs. You know.
Well,
Just
that's very, very wide spectrum. What exactly about half orcs or orcs are you looking for? We have history on them. We have conflict pieces. We have ancient scrolls from ancient battle markings.
How about anatomy?
We have that too.
I think that's pretty straightforward. But I'm gonna say like half orc customs.
Okay, see that's a little bit more to work on. Okay.
Okay.
Well, if you go into we have a species section right to your left. If you look in we have orc and half orc because they're very different. But you should find what you're looking for over there.
Are they? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, good luck, guys.
All right. Good luck to you too.
Let us know if you find anything. That's cool.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna be reading about history, basically. How exciting!
Right, the two of you. Okay, so you're wanting to research the Dark Six. Well, let's see here. She looks through her ledger that she has. Well, we have. See, the trouble here is we have a section meant for the public and a section meant for people who, in your positions. So, would you rather are you looking for something more general, or are you trying to find something that isn't in our regular stock we have here?
Not the regular stock.
Okay. Well, if you'll come upstairs with me, I have to watch and make sure you don't steal anything, but you can take a look at our evil deities section.
All right, here we go.
All right, you walk with Kiki up there, and you are greeted by a very well-kept, smallest section of the library after you both go up a somewhat spirally staircase up to the third floor of the library. This is a very big library, almost bigger than the Usadora library that you went to the other day. But everything, there's less modern style books here, because the ones that you were looking for at the Usador Academy were all cataloged very well. They had authors and names on the spines and such like that. These are all cataloged by the people here who are keeping them. These are old books. So she begins to walk through the couple hallways, and she stops at one particular cage that has an actual cage over it that she then unlocks and then pushes up to reveal a part of the shelf that has very old books on it. And she takes one out from the top after she kind of climbs up a little ladder. And it's pretty thick. It's about that thick. If you're looking at the camera, it's about that thick.
Okay.
This, she blows a little bit of dust off of the cover. This is a book we acquired from an old wizard whose lifelong call was to study cosmic struggles during the time of the First and Second Shadow Wars. He lived to be very old. But before he died, he published this book. And he wanted to make sure to publish it in a way where it was not accessible by any given person who could use it to do harm. Which is why we keep it up here in our private stock. So, if you would like to look through it, be my guest. You can even take some notes and take it with you, but do be careful. These notes falling into the wrong hands could, butterfly effect into very, very dastardly, disastrous things.
Dastardly, disastrous things. Oh, question. Has anybody else requested this book or information recently?
She puts on her glasses again and unravels a scroll. Looks down. Not in... Well, in about 4 years, actually. Almost. 3.5, 4 years.
4? That's actually sooner than expected.
Yes, I have noticed that too. Interesting.
Are you gonna tell me who? Is there a name on that, or
Oh,
is it...
would you like to know? She seems kind of
Sure.
catty about it. Okay. Well, yeah. What's up? Yeah. Are you hot? Well, we can have a thing called the AC that you can turn on. Okay. Well. Funny enough, it was actually accessed by our very own Ulrich and Delric.
Okay, that's legitimate. Thank you.
No problem.
Maybe we can ask him some more stuff later, huh?
Yeah, that's a little strange. Figure they would. Well, I guess we haven't talked to them since we went to Caldera and stuff. So.
Oh my goodness, what if they were actually evil, even though they were such cool guys?
That would be so
And they're
crazy.
like crest bearers? That would be insane.
That would be crazy. We should.
Oh man, now I'm gonna be on edge forever.
Man, you like conspiracy theories, don't you?
I do that, don't I?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, right. Let's get to reading.
All right, so you get to cracking on the Dark Six, and you saw us get to cracking on orc stuff.
Yeah.
Are you looking up books specifically on like their culture related to marriage, or what are you wanting to? Because your spectrum's kind of large right now for orc stuff. I'm just trying to narrow it down for you because we can.
I mean,
be here
yeah,
all day.
technically, I'm essentially looking for an equivalent
Okay.
to like human marriage, so that I can explain to Ruth exactly what I mean.
Okay.
But also, I don't really know shit all about half orcs, so I'm like,
All right. So some
I might
general
as
knowledge
well.
about half orcs, and then maybe their marriage customs.
Yeah, like,
Okay.
clearly I'd never really met an orc before, so I didn't know that there was a real difference between an orc and a half orc.
You look through a couple of books that you seem interesting to you. Grab a couple off of the shelves and begin to read through some of them at one of the desks. And we will come back to the both of you guys in a second. Ivy?
Not dead yet?
Ivy's not. No,
Nice.
why would Ivy be dead?
I don't know. I'd find a way. Let's go.
By reading tomes?
Anyway, you are
Bored to death reading.
you are brought some parchment and ink and pen, as well as incense, but this incense is kind of in like a metal casing, that has oil. Yeah, sensor. Yeah. Is Gerard tells you that mass is starting and he's going to leave you be, and he tells you good luck, and he closes the large door behind you. You pour through some of these books, some of them referring to ancient evils that started at the beginning of time, things that are not really talked about much today, like creation and the start of things, of concepts like jealousy and anger and hate, and the gods or goddesses that kind of expanded upon these ideals or were shot from the original deities that shaped the multiverse.
Shout out to Anaya somewhere.
Anayeth would be like, it would be way more recent.
Yeah.
The start of emotional concepts, jealousy, love, hate, and the gods born from them.
Yes.
Make sure my notes are good.
Yeah. Then you find they're a little bit, the way that they were read are definitely more on the side of religious books.
Yeah.
They're a little bit more extravagant with talking about Arathis or some of the other good aligned gods and goddesses. You do find one tome that details the struggle of the encroaching shadowy mist that plagued the whole continent of Themaris hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Crunch. Big crunch.
Yeah, who's crunching?
Here's Cameron.
Okay.
My keyboard.
Let me know when you want me to stop here, Cameron. So you start flipping through stuff like this. Some of this is a little bit familiar to you, stuff that was read to you as almost like bedtime stories,
No, like Ivy's actually really enjoying this because it's like, hey, I get to do research and I get to read all this flowery prose that's like on a crazy scale. Definitely, Ivy's
Nerd.
like, look, Ivy's a nerd. Like, she
Oh,
had
just
no
you
other
wait.
Choice.
There's actually one tome you find that details a little bit about the beginnings of the Silver Flame and how they shaped the struggle in the first Shadow War. A lot of the themes that are recurring in these tomes that are talking about the first Shadow War are human, or not humankind, but as an umbrella term, I'm going to use mankind, like as in all the elder races and younger races. We'll go with that because it's more D&D like.
That wasn't evil.
Well, I'm getting there. So the elder races and older races becoming less dependent on gods and goddesses, and the infusion of the jealousy that comes with things like that, as well as the corruptive mists, these shadowy mists, caused many of the good-aligned gods and goddesses to essentially abandon these races of the material plane, which then led the lands to be rife with things like famine and devils and demons to kind of scour the lands. And it also speaks of the few good gods and goddesses that stayed with their humans despite mass disbelief amongst the material plane, and the eventual invasion of the Orc horde that came over the Themaris Mithral Mountains that took control of the Dwarven capital city, the Mithral city, and it accounts various up-and-coming conflicts that began to shape what everyone now knows as the First Shadow War. And you know how this story ends. You know how various heroes of varying kinds managed to pull together the last remnants of civilization and people who wanted to have a more unified Themaris to band together and drive away these evils that eventually drove away the mists themselves. But you do read at the very end of one of these tomes that one byproduct of these evil mists that caused all this corruption and evil to spread was they almost entirely formed new evil deities who thrived or who grew in those spaces. And with the mists receding and the gods and goddesses coming back to the material plane, these evil, mischievous deities were able to roam free in the shadows and plan their own small ways of corrupting souls and things of that nature. And it is within this almost epilogue of the first Shadow, the whispers of the first Shadow War, that you hear the name. Huh?
That actually seems like some kind. That actually seems like a nice little hunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You hear the first whispers of a group of deities who had banded together for a collective cause of evils.
I'm typing. Like I don't want you guys
Oh, yeah.
to listen to my
Okay.
like smashing
All right. No.
Fritos
So,
bag
is
keyboard.
there anything else you're wanting to look for in these old books?
I want to copy a bit more of the histories of the Silver Flame.
Okay.
If I can find some of that, but I'm going to copy over large chunks of those. Yeah,
Okay.
and then some more about whatever this Arathis said.
Okay. So as far as the Silver Flame goes, you dive in a little bit more, and you learn of this thing that is the strangest to you, Ivy, is how the religion starts, how the essence of the Silver Flame even turned into a religion to begin with. It talks about a volcanic eruption in a distant land that had been released by a demon lord. And someone who had given their life, a woman, in fact, a young woman who had given her life for for good, had indeed become one with the Silver Flame, and is now used as the conduit to the rest of the rest of the races, to where the religion has now started. This person being named Tira Miran, who is now the conduit for the Silver Flame. And a weird pit kind of begins to take hold in your stomach of just how eerily similar that is to the situation that you and your colleagues faced in Caldera.
Mm.
From the erupting volcano to the brave woman who took the Silver Flame into herself and helped you all through that whole situation.
I'm going to like take a small moment, I guess. Just to give a small...
Okay.
Just in a small little binge of...
This is the thing that sticks out to you most, as most of the other things that are talked about the Church of the Silver Flame are things like the very strict hierarchy that they run, their very dramatic hatred towards things like lycanthropes or evil lycanthropes per se, and various. It speaks of it in better light than someone who would be like a journalist is talking about these things. So, for example, since this is another religion that this church is talking about or has been cataloged, they are speaking about the destruction of lycanthropes as a almost necessary risk/evil, because while these people are lycanthropes and they are now evil, they still used to be people. It's a very kind of gray situation, especially for the Church of the Silver Flame.
Soul still what it once was. Ever it was.
But these are all very general historical takes on these things. None of them go into like the big detail that went into these events. It just kind of chronicles them a little bit. You do find one or two more tomes that talk more about the Second Shadow War, which chronicles more about the invasion of the 1T Empire especially leans on them because this is definitely a city that was on the brink of Wanti invasion, if not there. It also talks about the Isle of the Suncrest, how it was a very big touchstone in all of the hearts of Vestian people. How it had a lot of history that goes back almost to the first age of the elder races.
Josh, if you would, message me some of these cliff notes later.
I mean, this is the last thing I was going to tell you.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
So, but that is all you have found.
Anything else?
No.
Alright. I'm going to gently clean up my space. About the torch.
Okay.
Leave a note on the I'm gonna write a small note and leave it on the book thanking Bard, Father Country.
Alrighty. Are you now heading towards the library?
I am.
Alrighty. We will leave that. Vorksan.
Yep.
So, your journey is starting to go into the mid-afternoon. You are very tired, wiping your eyes, and you found more than a few dead ends because after going down that initial fork in the road that leads to other caverns, it just spidered out. You would come to a fork, have to choose a way, come to another fork, choose another way, have to come to another fork, choose another way. And give me a survival check to see kind of how lost you get in the deepness of these.
Survival is wisdom is 17. Yeah, that's a 16. So 17.
You manage to keep your wits about you in this area. You have to fend off a couple of larger spiders. You get hit once, but you manage to kill it as it kind of bites into you.
Using the palm of my dagger.
Yep. But so far, no luck. You have stumbled across a few abandoned gang hideouts. Every once in a while, you run into an area that has been caved in or whatever. But this is a weird trip down memory lane.
Sweet.
So,
have I seen anything that like really brings back memories, or has it all just been like kind of not I don't want to say humdrum, but like the normal nostalgia, nothing that like smacks me in the face?
Give me an overall perception check.
Please do the thing again. That's 18.
18. You find a few little hovels and stuff on places that you've definitely stolen from, or places that you called a home for maybe a day or two before you're like, yeah, no, I need to get out of here. Back then, the gangs were always small and various, and they were always biting at each other's heels, because the idea of becoming a named gang that then gained notoriety was kind of the goal.
I remember that.
Yeah. So people who were lower than that were always fighting to get to that point. You do see a couple remnants of places that maybe you hung out with her as a kid, but none of this you're recognizing as places that you would frequently call home, or hideouts that you and her together would just kind of chill in.
Sweet.
Do you want to try another tunnel?
Yes. I was also going to ask you, Um, I can't find it, but Two Fingers told me about a um like the club to be not the club the gang that was kind of like gaining notoriety and
Mm-hmm.
was kind of becoming dangerous.
Right.
I can't.
Give me a history check.
Let me finish checking my notes.
All right. You got a minute, and if you can't find it in a minute, give me a history check.
Yeah.
I mean, you had like 30 minutes to look at this.
Fine. Well, I forgot this was a. All right, fine. History check is a 15.
That's enough. The gang known as the Cipher,
Where did I write it down?
specifically the Cipher.
I wrote that down.
I know I wrote it down. I just can't find where I wrote it at. I wish I organized my notes better.
If you had a neato D&D notebook like Meredith does, you could...
I mean, I wrote it down, but I did context around it. Literally,
Right.
it just says cipher, and I'm like, what does that mean?
Okay, but so you said that I did not see any evidence of cipher, or I did see evidence of cipher, or
You didn't ask me that.
That's why I was asking. My question was, do I see any evidence of that? Oh crap! I can't remember the gang.
Oh, okay. Well, there, you had the complete thought.
Okay.
So,
Do I see any evidence of cipher?
no.
Sweet.
You did see a few cipher symbols in the Haven markets, though.
Okay.
Would you like to try a new tunnel?
Yes.
Okay. So, at this point, after you have now gone out of the tunnel and choose another tunnel, which would you like to choose?
What are my options?
Well, they all go down, but there's the northern tunnel, the southern tunnel,
Which I just came from.
the southeast tunnel, which is a little bit closer to your home, southwest, and then west, east, northeast.
Okay, so I came out of tunnels, the
Alright.
south tunnel, right?
All right, hold on. Last chance. Do you want to go into town and purchase a map?
Fine.
You don't have to. I'm just
Fine. Fine.
Do you want to purchase a map?
Fine.
Okay. Well, it's definitely everything's in business now.
Cool, because it's the normal daytime.
Yes, and you purchase a map of Haven and the Under Labyrinth. And if everyone would look to my screen real quick, I can show you what Vorksin was trying to deal with. If anybody can see that.
Jeez.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go.
Cool. So I just came from the south, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. I guess I'll go. You said southeast was like where I would be most familiar with.
Yeah.
I'm going to like the south east, that one.
Okay. Cool. All right. It's about afternoon now. You get some provisions in Haven before you go delving back into the Under Labyrinth again. What do you want to get while you're there?
I just like snack food.
Okay, you don't want any. Okay, cool.
I like enough snack
Okay,
food
that's
and
huge.
enough to continue me going for a while.
Okay.
I
Just
got
few
the
silver.
dog.
Few silver if you want to mark
Okay.
that. So you venture into your next tunnel. Back up to the library. Pocket, you are now greeted by Ivy.
Hey. How was the research for the Ivy?
All right, we're gonna go over to Emerald real quick then.
Hello,
Hey,
I
Emerald.
am present.
Thank you so much for being present. So, out of the 3 books that you thought would be the most eh, entertaining / informative, the first one is kind of about the origins of how orcs and half orcs are kind of came from. The origins for orcs aren't very pretty. Most orcs are definitely evil aligned and kind of work in hordes.
Hmm.
Most of them are due north, and they fight various forms of dwarves in the mountains, in the Mithral Mountains.
Pretty dope, I guess.
But during the Shadow Wars, the first Shadow Wars specifically, many half orcs were created either by wartime means, and that's the best way I can say that.
Rape and pillaging.
Rape and pillaging, yeah, rape and pillaging, and also sometimes wartime love can be a thing, but very, very few times. But anyway,
Mhm.
half orcs were created around this time period and were eventually spread down south. Most half orcs, at least around that time, were shunned at birth because they were part orc and also were kind of viewed as freaks anyway because of the way they looked. They looked like a human or an elf or something other like that, but also the brutish features of an orc. But
Gorgeous.
slowly over time, they certain groups of half orcs would band together and create their own societies and live like off of the land or due to the orc warrior blood that is flowing through them most of the time, would always tend to gravitate towards mercenary work or, blood for hire and things like that. Until eventually, about, we'll say 400 years ago,
Mhm.
maybe a little bit less than that, half orcs became a little bit more commonplace. Just due to time and people growing more and more comfortable with mating and stuff like that. Uh, though there's still a very big prominence of half orc mercenary groups. You do indeed remember that Varuth himself is from a half orc mercenary group. In
Mhm.
fact, him and 2 of his mercenary mates were actually in the trials. The other 2 didn't make it past, I think, the second phase or something like that.
Losers.
You also know that anytime a half orc group has one of these groups, they're very, very tightly knit families, even if they aren't related in any way. Um, Almost like a battle family, if that makes sense.
Mm.
As far as marriage customs go, um, most of them, most of the time, do not get married. There's a very, very open lifestyle to most half orc societies or roaming half orc societies. There are stories of individual half orcs who go out and pursue different lifestyles. One of the books details the tale of a very renowned half orc bard. One a half orc politician, things like this. But as far as marriage in these half orc mercenary societies, the only remnants of something that would be considered traditional marriage is 2 orcs during the course of a bloody battle would share their vows as they are dismembering an opponent and make a blood vow together as they are battling an insurmountable foe. And if the 2 of them alone can come out of the insurmountable task that they are tasked with, their marriage is then blessed in terms of strength and power and honor and everything like that.
I immediately just envisioned, the scene from Pirates of the Caribbean where they get married while they're like fighting on the ship.
Oh, believe me, that's where I got it from.
Barbosa, marry us.
But that's kind of where I got it from. It's like equal parts of that, equal parts from Mass Effect, where they have to go kill a giant monster thing to be an adult or whatever. So, so this is the main way if people get married in the mercenary setting. Most, like I was saying, most other orcs are travel individually. There are a couple accounts of orc families that stick together, but like I said, half orcs are one of the rarer races, especially because they are a half race. The only reason half elves are in abundance, especially on Themaris, is because humans don't know how to keep it in their pants. So,
ain't that a fact? Okay.
Anyway, is there anything you wanted to learn? Anything else you would like to learn about orcs or half orcs? Diets mostly consist of red meat.
Convenient.
There is no pedigree for how a half orc looks. They can either take the skin color from either parent. Some are more green than others. Some are more fleshy colored than others.
How green is Farouk?
Oh, he's definitely on the green side.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I feel like that's a good amount of information. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay, cool. You feel like you've been productive, Solace, and you don't feel like that very often.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like, I don't know, I guess it's up to you, but I feel like I learned that all pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
So I feel like Solace is not the type that's going to sit in the library all fucking day reading books, so.
Right.
So if he didn't find what he wanted within like an hour, he's probably going to give up.
It's probably been about an hour since you've looked through all these things.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say there's definitely a lot more to know, but Solace feels like he's learned all that he wants to know right now. So he's done.
Are you peacing out?
He is peacing out.
Okay. You do remember that yesterday you were planning on meeting with Haben and Lemongrass to potentially scout out a place to put a grand temple to Anais?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I made plans to go underground with a thieving possum.
You're the one who agreed to them, Solace.
I know. That's why. I'm just like, fuck. Why'd I do that?
Would you like to head towards Haben?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I know where he is.
Yeah, he's with Pollard at the moment, so
I will definitely be taking that fast ass taxi again because fuck walking and all that.
Okay. Dallas goes to Haben to look for temple location. Okay, so back upstairs. After y'all have met, Ivy, you are now meeting Pocket in the library.
Present.
Ivy,
Cameron.
Hello.
turn on your mic.
I hit my mute button, so I wouldn't.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least you're
Nice.
here this time.
Plot twist: he was here last time. He's just an idiot.
Headache, so I
Oh,
Okay.
that's okay.
I showed up exactly on time.
You,
Okay.
but okay.
Hey, Ivy.
Sorry, I'm late.
Oh, it's okay. We're just attempting to read.
You've been kind of sitting here in front of this book for a good 30 minutes trying to work up the courage to read
Work
through it.
up the courage to read it. Gosh. book and looked at some of the drawings. Drawings are pretty cool. They're well done.
Would you
Where-
like to know what you saw in those drawings?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Gruesome, terrible images.
No. Actually, most of what you have seen, you recognized one symbol as a bone that has been made into a dagger.
Oh, the dagger, is that the one for the keeper? Or
Yes.
that's yeah.
Yes. You also recognize well, I didn't use this, so you recognize a picture of a sneaky-looking person on a roof who has sprinkled some kind of magic on a person who seems to be turning into something like a lycanthrope.
What?
That would be the symbol of the traveler.
I knew that was
Really?
Traveler, but I didn't have my mic on when I just said that just now.
Yeah.
Oh.
So when y'all were in the cave after you killed Krieg, there was a
I remember there was like stuff on the wall, and there was like pictures of him going to like getting a gift or something,
Mhm.
or giving a gift, and him like with a family and with money, and then him dead or something like that.
Yeah, that's close enough. But you also see things like a giant trident,
Oh.
a what looks to be like a screaming Kyber dragon. So this very, very long dragon that looks to be kind of soaring to the heavens with their arms like this, screaming. As well as a set of knives that are crisscrossed and crisscrossed again with a blood splat behind it.
Mhm.
And finally a old looking staff that has almost a black shadowy mist that comes out of it that looks like that.
Mm. Mhm. Okay. I'm guessing these are all the symbols for the other Dark Six. So we've seen these two, and there's four more: the trident, and the dragon, and knives, and the staff. So that's what I've learned so far. What you got, Ivy?
I took a great deal of notes on the first Shadow War. It said that the staff had shadowy mist coming.
Yeah, this one right here.
Notes that I found was plenty shadowy. No reason. Separate.
Well, do you want to help me read further into these? I know you've already probably done a lot of reading and taken notes and stuff. I'm kind of dying here. Kiki, what about you? How are you coming along?
Well, I took a quick map for 15 minutes, so I think I'm charged now.
Oh my god.
Same.
Pocket.
Yeah, I wish we can split this book or something so we can. That'd be bad.
Pocket.
I did read
Yeah.
up a little bit on the Traveler, though.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, so apparently, that picture of the lycanthrope and stuff, apparently he's way into changelings. So, if you guys remember Krieg, that shapeshifter that we had to the killer that we caught,
Yeah.
he was a changeling, remember? A doppelganger, rather.
So the traveler makes people doppelgangers.
Well, I don't know about that, but when I read through, I recognized the warning that we saw, the beware the gifts of the traveler.
Mhm.
So,
So he gives gifts in exchange for humanity?
Sounds like gifts he gives.
Yeah. Kind. Yeah.
well, the people who like him are people who are doppelgangers and lycanthropes and changelings and shifters.
Okay.
So it's almost like a vicious circle of changing you into one of these things and then him becoming a patron of yours.
What about the keeper?
Well, I only read on one after I took a nap, but if you guys want to look at it.
All right.
Okay. You would like to hand me some of the more dense tone.
I actually only really have one book. But I will read over your shoulder, I guess.
Okay, you all,
Okay.
the three of you Goonies style read over this book, going toward the keeper, and you recognize the name that he called himself, Kol Tarant. Kol space Turrant.
Whoa, that was fast. Kol what?
Space Turrant.
Cole Tarrant?
Yes.
I watched one of his live streams.
Cool. The evil
Cool.
god of death, greed, and hunger.
Okay.
You see also attached in a like B-side picture is a very long, shadowy looking scythe, the one that you recognized from the evil figure that came out of the body of the last merchant king that spoke with y'all.
We all saw that?
Yes. He was floating and leaning against a large scythe.
Picture of shadowy looking scythe looks like the one that the ghost that jumped from the last merchant king is holding.
Okay.
He is depicted as a grossly fat human, which that checks out for the ghostly thing that you all saw, especially with the odor in the air. As you dig deeper into the tome, you read of vessels. Vessels that these deities once favored for travel, or for in case they were ever destroyed, or their avatar forms were destroyed. One of them is a lich. One of them is a ghoul. And the last is a skeletal dragon.
Oh, those all sound fun.
Michael, over here. You're not there.
Oh boy.
boy.
I'm taking notes. Don't worry, dog. You can jig your bangs later.
I can't. But I still can't though.
Oh, because you're gonna be busy.
Nope. Never mind. I'm gonna stop talking.
Let them find out. Do you guys want to read on?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is getting interesting. Oh boy.
All right. You read about the other 4, or well, rather the other 5. The other interesting thing you read about the Traveler is he is the only one amongst the 6 that travels in the form of a body, or of a regular human being who just walks the earth, or rather the material plane. It talks about the way that the Fury was made in a form of rage by the Devourer, which is another of the Dark 6. So that's the Fury and
So
the
the
Devourer.
Fury and this. Oh, okay. Which one is which symbol?
So the Devourer is the one with the trident.
Okay.
He, the Devourer, created the Fury in an act of violence and rape. His sister, actually. That sucks.
That is
Fun.
awful,
Lovely.
man.
Yeah,
Happy as hell.
that's super.
But they're
sad.
part of a team now, for some reason.
The Fury represents passions driven to the extreme, as well as rage, extremism, and insanity. The interesting thing about her, though, is her domains are liberation, passion, and wrath.
You know, as you do.
The symbol next to her form is a rapier.
Ha.
Which is usually the weapon of choice for bards. Oddly enough, that is who she is also a patron of.
I can totally understand that. That makes perfect sense in my mind.
Are you being sarcastic, or is that actually...
No, like, I'm being genuine.
Okay. Also, big...
Like, I
What?
just always feel like bards are, like, any second away from, like, dropping into complete insanity, so...
Also, big spoiler alert, the reason I chose these guys as the kind of big evil for this campaign is because Emerald chose a deity that's from Eberron, and these guys are from Eberron. So...
You're welcome, I
Thanks,
guess.
Emerald. I'm hyped.
Thanks, Anaya.
Okay, do you want me to...
She knows these guys. They're
Do you want me
neighbors.
to detail some of these other ones?
Their names would be nice.
Yeah,
Okay,
names.
so the underlying theme you're getting from this is there's not a lot of knowledge on them, just secondhand knowledge of who worships them, and maybe a couple of like rumors or folklore based upon how they were created or the relationships between them. The wording in a lot of the in this tome that you are reading is very, very fantastical, almost like to the point of fanaticism. Remember, this is a book that has been written by a long dead wizard who was fascinated with these evil deities. So the Devourer is the one who has the trident. His He is the evil deity of raw destruction, storms, and water. And the domains that he encapsulates are destruction, pestilence, water, weather, and the cold.
Oh my goodness, I think I spelled pestilence right on my first try.
Nice.
Oh, I really
Wow, what a fucking nerd.
Were you gonna say something, Emerald?
It's not relevant to this campaign. Just that
Okay.
this is the god that my other character kind of follows.
Really?
Are you shitting me? No way.
Dude, your other character must be fucked up.
The necromancer part of them.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you. Someone played a necromancer.
Okay. I don't think you'd want to talk with the person, at least in Meloria, the person. People who worship the Devourer are heavily into some bad stuff. Anyway, so that was the Devourer. I already talked about the Fury. Oh, there's the Mockery, which this one is also is more the enigmatic of the six, especially due to the passing history that you all have of the continent. You know that there's been a lot of wars, especially that have been encapsulated in the two Great Shadow Wars. The Mockery is the evil goddess of assassins, evil warriors, dishonor, and murder, as well as treachery. And their domains include domination, illusion, trickery, and war.
Sounds like a Nyath's mom.
Here's a little lesson in trickery.
What's their symbol?
Their symbol is a bunch of knives and or spears and stuff in a X pattern, and then in another X pattern with a blood splatter behind it.
So extra.
Yep.
And last dude.
What'd you say?
What?
The last dude.
Oh, so the last dude is the one that seems the most is written on, but it's also the most vague. Also the most fantastical that has been written so far.
Oh boy.
The Shadow. Known as the Maker of Monsters, this deity controls arcane magic, the power of corruption, as well as darkness and duality. And their domains are chaos, magic, and shadow. The author talks about how little is known about the shadow, but it is said that the shadow is the essence of what used to be a greater evil deity that has now gained sentience and become the essence god of corruption, ambition, and dark magic. Many evil spellcasters and monstrous races owe their allegiance to the shadow. And the last depiction of the shadow is of an ever-encroaching mist of darkness with a pair of large wings that is almost visible through the shadow.
Do I recognize this?
No.
Okay, just making sure. Heavy stuff, guys. Heavy stuff.
You won it! You got it! Here on episode 34, we dive into all of the evil dudes and where to find them. Not really.
Right when Solace has become more happy-go-lucky.
Kiki just straight up says, "This is depressing."
Oh, yeah, it's true.
So do you guys think we actually defeated the Keeper? Like he's gone now?
I don't think so.
What do you think happened to him?
Probably very.
He probably just lost his vessel or something. Maybe he went to go find another one.
That's not good.
He... Never mind. Never mind. Oh.
Well, this is definitely some fascinating stuff. I'm kind of tired now, though.
Yep.
We should definitely ask Delric eventually about this stuff.
Yeah,
Ask the whole damn city.
I will kill you.
Do it. I'm in the
I
labyrinth.
will cave
Rocks
you
fall.
in.
Rocks fall. Vorksan dies.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go shopping for some poison. I'll catch you guys back at the barracks.
Just don't drink it, please.
I'm not stupid.
Need coding.
Just don't do it.
Okay.
Just for the assurance.
Just tell me you won't.
I won't.
Okay, good luck with your poison.
Yeah.
I think I need to go on a break before I jump into Lemongrass and Haven.
Okay, I was actually gonna, since it's 9 o'clock, we can take a break now.
Okay.
Cool.
So, everybody come back with me and we will jump into the
Swag.
Okay.
Mario!
Okay, what you doing?
He's gonna go talk to his girlfriend. Cameron was. He says sorry.
Shit. Better.
Did y'all want to take a look at the Under Labyrinth map?
Sure, without spoilers?
I don't know why it would be a spoiler. I don't know if you're gonna commit this shit to memory unless you have a photographic memory. So these are like the living spaces.
Whoa.
Some of the gangs hide out and stuff. And then that is the only portion that is mapped anymore of the labyrinth. And as you can see, it goes off of the page and stuff. So yeah. Sorry, this has been a lore heavy episode, guys, but y'all wanted it, so.
Kid's birthday party in judo.
Well, I'm glad no one got hurt.
Oh,
About what?
Hold up, by using at everyone, about to mention 700 plus people. Are you sure? Honestly, Josh, one of my favorite forms of humor is um
can pocket for Kiki's sake, unless you want me to write it down. It's up to you. Kiki is gonna go shopping for a poisoner's kit.
Okay.
So she successfully buys one. She kind of has to barter a little bit with someone for it because it's not a really commonly known thing. But since she's a crest bearer, you know. But she buys it for an amount of money.
I love how when you're a crest bearer, you can like look into literally anything, and they're like, okay.
I mean, there's a couple things you can't do that with, but pretty much, yeah, you're right.
No such thing as an evil crest bearer. Of course, there can never be.
Right? But honestly, like, we
Those have
walked to the
dealt with.
library and we asked for how to make bombs, how to make poisons, and information about 3 incredibly evil deities.
We asked him, I was like, hey, what do you need?
You
What
don't
do you
think
need to know?
you don't think these things that you're doing are reported to someone higher than you?
You don't, it's like, what are you doing with all the information about a bunch of evil people that were involved in the first Shadow War? Don't worry about it.
Speaking of Dark Six, there's 6 of us. Oh, not anymore, never mind. But it doesn't help that Maven left, so.
Fuck. Doesn't really say how much a poisoner's kit is.
We all get called into the principal's office, aka the queen.
We'll
Just
say
like,
we'll say
10
20
gold.
We'll say 20 gold pieces. Yeah, because it comes with a glass vials, a mortar and pestle, chemicals, and a glass stirring rod. And they also threw in a couple of materials to make a couple standard poisons.
And the easy bake oven.
Yes.
Cusco's poison. The poison meant for Cusco.
I have written down in your pocket that you wanted to start making some arrows for Kiki.
Yeah.
How did you want to go about doing that?
Wood carver kit set.
Do you want to buy one of those?
I have one.
Oh, you do? Okay, cool. Do you have the wood for it?
No. I should
Alright.
call.
All right. For one gold, you could probably get enough wood to carve and make like 30.
Okay. Sure, I'll.
Do you want me to cut it up and pack it for you?
Yes, you're on gold.
All right, thank you. And he just chops it in half and then chops that in half again. Ties a little bit of twine around it. Here you go.
Thank you.
Have a good day. So after you get home, you begin making those arrows. Go ahead and first give me a dexterity check with your proficiency from your woodcarver's kit. As you take your little knife there.
18.
18, nice.
Wait, sorry, 18, 19, 20.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, you managed to carve through some of these pieces of wood, these first pieces of wood, and you make some pretty stellar-looking arrow pieces. All you need now is you need the materials for the arrow heads and the back of the arrow that makes the kind of the feathers for it. So you have about
Okay.
after consuming materials, after doing that, you probably have about 25 arrow pieces that are perfectly weighed. You kind of do that thing that Thanos thing where you weigh it with your finger, and it's perfectly balanced. Anyway, but yeah, you just need to buy some arrowheads and some feathers for the back.
Successfully saved money.
Do you wanna carve anything special into these arrows, or do you just want them to be regular arrows?
And I don't know. I'll
You don't have
probably write
to.
stupid stuff on it, like truth, love, and happiness or something. This one
Alright.
is for love, truth.
All right.
I don't know.
You try to carve that into one of them.
Maybe I'll carve some insults on them, you know,
Give me another dexterity
like
check.
hit or oh.
Carving insults on heroes.
Add insult to
Sick.
injury.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
exactly.
you got some. There's cutting
you
words
say-
and there's piercing words.
Did you say 6?
Yes.
You break one.
Oh.
But you decide not to write in the rest of them.
Oh.
But they look fine. You have 24
Okay.
hours.
Don't forget, guys, if you ever need money, you can hit up the Bank of Solace. Because I have all the party funds.
That is true. So, Solace,
Yeah.
you head towards where Peller and Haben are, and you find that they are actually pretty close. They are in if you remember, they are in an area that is close to where the proving grounds are.
Mm.
One of the housing areas that they have used for the temporary stay of some of the refugees. The first thing you do when you get to Pollers, though, is you start helping her to manage and catalog the refugees, so you can have a good sound list of all the people. So, you know, if voting does eventually get voted to happen, you can keep a sound number of how many people deserve their vote, or how many people can vote. You know.
Cool. I'm assuming in all of this cataloging, we've also determined the bad apples.
Well, that is a point of contention you guys are going to talk about. Well, that is the last one in this area of the city. Thank you, kid. I can take it from here, but I need to talk to you a little bit about some of the lingering problems we have.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a few of them have jumped ship and tried to seek passage out of the city.
Well,
I've done my best to talk with dock owners and ship owners about any shady individuals trying to pay obscene sums to get off, and most of the time it's just been people trying to get home to their families in other lands. But I have a couple people who are looking out for that kind of stuff. I guarantee you there's probably a few that are going to be missing, though.
I mean, the way this city works, it's not like we'd really realistically be able to just snatch those people up anyway. I mean,
Well,
we don't have any proof that they're doing anything wrong here.
That's true. And even if we did manage to get some kind of warrant to search them, because if they are war criminals, then, you know, that is... I looked into the law of the land here in Vestia, and there are precedents for that kind of thing. A little bit of other news. I've been asked to testify.
Yeah, I may have mentioned your name to the queen.
Oh. Okay. Well, alright then. Well,
I mean, you're as good a person as any to talk about everything going on, or everything that went on in any case.
well, the alarming thing to me is a lot more in cataloging these refugees and these people. I have found a few of my friends, but a lot more than I thought aren't here.
Mm-hmm.
I think they may have died in the trying to get out, or anyway. I guess I'll keep you up to date. I don't have your address. If I need to send you an email or anything about the case or anything like that.
I don't know my address.
That seems about right.
I live in the barracks. Yeah, I get my mail from Jim.
All right. Well, I'll look for a gym in the barracks. And does he look like anything?
He's a really decrepit old guy.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll just send mail that way, I guess. Anyway, you said you were looking for Haben.
Yeah, I kind of I met a person.
What are you you hungry? Do you need to be fed? You sound delirious right now.
They're a possum person. I met a possum person.
Wait. What?
Yeah, they're a little conniving thief that stole something from one of my shrines.
And you trust this person?
Of course not, but
Okay.
they know about areas in the city where we could rebuild the church. And
okay.
So I have agreed to go along with them and Haben to scope it out, which, underground's so fun. Why did I do this?
Be careful. I think you're doing better with the whole underground thing. I will say this, and I'm not meaning this as an insult or anything, but whenever you decided to start actually making friends, I never figured that you would be a friend of I don't want to say animals, anthropomorphic beings.
I mean, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Neither did I.
So, I don't know. Maven was one thing, and that was a big shock, of course, when I met them. But this is a whole different level of shock because, well,
be careful. I know Haben's not the best muscle to bring with you, but he knows a few spells. I actually, on the other hand, I'm getting pretty good. She pulls out from her cane, her little wand that is attached to the cane, and she looks at one of the passerby refugees that looks to kind of not been taking care of himself, and she kind of flicks her wrist a little bit, and she prestidigitates his clothing a little bit. She says, "Take better care of yourself, please." And then she hands him a bowl of soup.
I think you're getting a little soft with all your responsibilities.
I need to do. I haven't had time to release or do anything. I'm a little antsy, if you know what I mean.
Well, we could always go for a little spar or something later on.
Well, name a time and place.
The barracks.
And I'll put you
whenever
on
I'm
your
there.
ass. All right. All right. Well, let me know. Anyway, good luck with Haben. I'll go get him for you. Haben! Damn it. You find... She brings back Haben. And Haben looks to be suffering from a hangover of some kind. As she's kind of holding him in her arm, like under her arm a little bit, and drops him in front of you.
Solace purposely raises his voice a lot and says, "Haben, my man, did you forget that we had plans?"
No, I didn't. I was just getting ready.
Oh, yes. You look very ready. Get your ass up. Let's go.
No. Wait, my bag. I need my bag. He runs back in real quick and gets his little satchel of stuff that he keeps with him at all times, and his little very thin overcoat that, you know, protects him from looking almost half nude. So,
Mm.
you know, trash old man. Anyway,
My dude.
do you remember where you are heading to meet up with Lemongrass?
No, I think I forgot to write that part down. I did actually write a lot of stuff down last time,
Okay.
but
All right, well, we'll say you met up with Lemongrass around the same area that y'all met last time, just to make it, you know, congruent, or, you know. And I don't want to voice Lemongrass for him, but basically he nonchalantly kind of tells you, yeah, I think I can find a place where you can have your temple and whatnot. You know, it'll be a little bit of a trip, but, you know, you can trust me.
oh, okay, yeah. Like, I'm definitely gonna do that.
Haben does the thing where he's trying to whisper in your ear, but he's talking too loud. He's like, I don't know about this.
Well, yeah, the thing is, Haven, I don't know shit about this city, and you certainly don't know shit about this city, and we need a new church.
Okay. I've been meaning I gotta talk to you one of these days about how we're going to revamp the Church of the Ninth. I got a few ideas that I think you might like.
Sure. And he did, you know, what did you say your name was? Rosemary or something?
It's lemongrass.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They did say it was going to be a while, so you could tell me on the way.
About what? Oh, you're talking to Haben now. Okay. Fine. All right, you begin, the three of you begin to head towards a deep in the southern part of the city, in the poorer part of the city, but, you know, I'm just using that as a location. It's not, doesn't really look destitute anymore since it's been reconstructed and everything.
I was going to say, I think compared to Caldera, nothing in this city would ever look poor.
Yeah. Coming up with a blank on how to describe it, because anyway, but you actually come to a grate in one of the alleyways in this area, and Lemongrass is like, all right, here we go down here. You aren't afraid to get a little wet or a little stinky, I hope.
Yeah. Let's say, like, I feel like Solace's personal appearance. Well, he did have a bath recently, so I guess he's not really himself, but no, he just is like, after you.
Okay, he just jumps on in.
I
And
will follow the rat creature into the sewers.
over the next couple hours, you pretty much take a straight shot with a couple of curves to a big opening area, a big open cavern. You feel uneasy because you're underground, but you're a little bit more at ease, I guess, because, like, there's civilization here. It's kind of giving you a it's trying to fool you, you know what I mean? Like your psyche. So, welcome to Haven, sorry. Welcome to Haven, guys.
I feel like Haven is like, what?
So where did we just come from? Well, that was one of the tunnels that I've mapped. This whole area here, and he just kind of spins around and looks, and all the both of you look, and there are just vast, big opening tunnels that go in every direction around you. This is the Under Labyrinth. This is where Haven juts off of, and hopefully we can go down one of these tunnels here and find you a big enough chamber to put your temple in.
So what are we gonna eeny meeny miny moe this, or do you actually know where we're supposed to go?
Well, I have a vague idea, I would say. I've been up and down here for a while, so.
Well, Solace is making a mental map just to remember
Mm-hmm.
the way back.
Alright then. So, as y'all travel down one of the tunnels, he takes you down one of the eastern tunnels. Borksan.
Microphone?
Yeah, he's getting ready.
Oh, I said yas.
Oh.
Sorry.
So, you manage to go down one of the southeastern tunnels, and this one's a lot more curvy and kind of spirally going downward than the other ones, or the other one that you went in. You're starting to hear a little bit more of civilization in some of these tunnels, and a couple of newly carved ones that you aren't really familiar with, that have certain kinds of shady business going on in them. One seems to be taking apart some kind of wagon. As you kind of get closer to investigate, a person kind of pops out of the tunnel and throws the curtain that has been, pulled up. So to hide what they're doing in there. Lots of not super shady stuff, but underbelly.
The regular amount of shady stuff?
Yeah, the regular amount of shady stuff. You go down a couple of pathways, a couple of forks in the road, to where you start recognizing more things. Give me an investigation check.
Do the thing. Well, that's definitely not the thing. Five.
All right. You see hand carvings on the wall. Usually down here, little kids who were left down here would carve little things in the walls of the under labyrinth. And you follow one of them, thinking that you recognize some of them, but you end up going into another dead end because they were familiar to you doesn't mean that you made them.
Yeah.
And you reach one of the dead ends, and shit. So you turn around, you go down another way that leads you to more kind of spiraling down, and then kind of levels out into a long cavern hallway. And you hear water dripping and almost the sound of something like bats.
Sweet.
Do you want to investigate further down that?
Yeah. I mean, because it's not a fork. It's like a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just walk on a
You go
stealth.
down. Give me a stealth check to avoid rousing
Rouse the bats.
these bats.
Rouse the bats.
Thank you, Michael.
The bats.
The bat. So I will say at this point it's about afternoon, and
17.
17. Okay. You managed to slip by most of them. You definitely feel tired. You've been at it all day, and you're not sure if it's getting dark outside or not, but your kind of internal body clock is kind of getting dozy.
Sweet.
What do you want to do? Do you want to press on? Do you want to stop for the night?
Yeah, also, like, Forsen has an all shit moment of, I said I was going to meet the queen today. So, I owe shit. And then, on my way back up.
Oh, you're going back up? Okay. another stealth check.
I already goofed the first one. Oh, I goofed the second one harder.
What was your stealth check?
It's a natural one.
Okay, so as you start walking back up, getting a little more tired, you go through this area where the bats are again, and you get a little sloppy because you are approaching exhaustion. And just about at that moment, you hear as a bunch of bats just get scared and start just flying through the area and manage to cave in one of the areas that you were trying to leave from. Blocking your path back the way that you were going.
Fuck. Great. Excellent.
Walktime is buried alive.
And I slump against the cave-in, and nobody knows I'm down here. Great. What do I see, like, in the immediacy around me? Like, did I get far enough that there were, like the hole-in-the-wall hovels kind of thing, or was I...
There was a couple, but it was...
Were they occupied ones or, like, abandoned ones?
There's abandoned one.
Well, I'm gonna go in very carefully, like...
Okay.
Kind of wedge the door open and see if it really is abandoned.
Give me a perception check.
Well, I'm gonna goof this up, too. I'm gonna look at this.
Just give me all at once and you'll just die in here. It's fine.
Goof it the fuck up, bro.
There we go. What am I making again?
Perception check.
Perception check. Okay. We talked and I forgot. 18.
Yeah, there's no one in here.
Sweet. I want to pull the door back in and I guess use my torch and see if I can't find some place to fucking kick my feet up.
All right. There looks to be a broken table chair, like a long table chair that you could maybe make a thing for, and a broken frame for a bed.
Great. Do I see any like a tool rack of any sort or anywhere they keep any kind of...
This place looks like it's been ransacked.
Fuck.
But there are a few scraps. There's like a empty bag or a stuff that you put potatoes in.
Potato sack.
Yeah, like potato sack and that kind of material. Anyway,
burlap.
Yeah, burlap sack. There's some dirty cloth that has been kind of balled and thrown in a corner. There is an explosion where there's feet. And I'm just kidding.
Oh my God. Environmental storytelling.
But there does seem to be a kitchen area that seemed to have been broken through or raided. And a dead creature of some kind who has since rotted away, and there's just bones.
Is there anything on the body?
Just
for hilarity's sake.
Investigation check.
Oh, I mean, I was just gonna leave that picture. Tell me 7.
7. There is a pocket knife in his left pocket.
Cool. I'm just gonna let the dead keep it. I'm
Okay.
gonna. I guess
your explorer's pack that you have everything on you.
Yeah, but that implies I know what's in the explorer's pack.
You know, stuff.
There's a bedroll in there.
Cool. I guess I'll roll out the bedroll like in the frame of the bed.
Okay.
It's like
you try to make yourself comfortable. You think you're past self because in your pack there are still a few apples.
I smile and I crunch down on one.
Okay. Maybe we'll get back to you in a minute.
And you spend the whole day dicking around.
Are you gonna take a rest?
Yeah, that's why I said a short rest.
Okay. So back up to you, Solace. Lemongrass informs the two of you that if you guys want to keep going, we're gonna have to camp here and wake up in the morning to get to the cavern that we need to get to. It's a little bit of a ways, but it's safe and out of the way.
You say safe as if that implies that things down here can be unsafe.
Oh, don't be a baby.
Lemongrass is taking you to a place where he can murder you quietly.
I'm just saying, like, maybe I should know if, like, there are things down here that.
Well, I'm specifically taking us through a tunnel that does not have any cave life in it. So,
Cave life.
you know,
Like what?
like giant bats, giant spiders.
Giant possum.
What?
Every one of those, there's a smash cut to Vorksan squishing and or fending off.
Stab. Cook's dead.
Solace does that really fast blinking thing, like the meme. What?
It's fine. It's fine.
Smash cut a little bit closer.
What, have you never been in a cave before?
Not if I can help it.
All right. Well, you agreed to come down here. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know what? If they're gonna eat something, it'll probably be you first. So.
That's a good way to think about it, I guess. Kind of. Anyway, I have a extra bedroll if one of you needs one. I prefer the ground, but thank you.
Another smash cut to Vorksan.
I have a bedroll. It's good.
Okay. Well, there's a little hovel up here on our left that we can sleep in, and no one will get to us.
Lead the way.
Okay. He leads you about another 10-20 minutes to a little hovel that he actually recognizes, and he's like, "Oh, I've been here before." And he
I sure hope so. You were leading the way.
takes a little flint out of his wallet, and he makes a little fire in the center of the hovel, and he, cooks some food and begins to eat it and prepare his nightly routine. Seems like he's done this before.
I'll just eat, some of the whatever thousands of bullshit that I have in my pockets.
Okay. Haven attempts to make a stew. It tastes awful.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed, and if you hear me screaming in the night, it's just my night terrors. It's fine.
Solace is used to it.
Okay.
He did live with Haven for a time as a child, so
Every once in a while through the night, here.
if nothing else, maybe he'll scare away the spiders.
Or tell them where you are. Who knows?
Nope, you're good.
I feel like
Yes.
I feel like Solace is just not going to be able to sleep fully.
Okay.
Like, he's underground, 1. 2, he does not trust lemongrass.
Yeah.
So, sleeping is really not going to happen, you
So,
know?
We'll say that you keep watch, and you do not gain the benefits of a long rest. So.
Which, is fine. It's not like I've used anything.
Right. You will be approaching one point of exhaustion here pretty soon, but you're fine.
That's fine.
So, the beginning of the next day.
Dawn of the next day.
Kiki is going to be spending most of the rest of the day searching for more poison ingredients. Ivy, I have here that you're gonna start to search the city for someone who might be related to the Silver Flame.
Yes,
Okay.
but
But what? But what?
I guess I don't know. I'm just waiting to hear back from Vorksan.
Or are you do you want to look for him? Are you concerned that you haven't heard from him in a couple days?
I mean,
You know, he is an aloof person.
I know he's an aloof person, and I know that probably means he has a better chance of finding me than I have of finding him.
He also knows the city like the back of his hand, right?
Pocket and Ivy having that conversation. Smash cut to Vorksan kicking dirt.
I think, you know,
Everybody in our team,
I
he
think-
knows the city better than anyone.
he can.
I mean, I also didn't tell anyone where I was going, so.
Oh,
Would you
I
like
feel
Solace
like
and
out of all
Borkstand
of
die
us,
in the labyrinth, and no one will ever find their bodies.
y'all gonna learn.
I was going
Anyway.
to. Somebody. I had 2 meetings. Had one. Could look. Somewhat. Silver.
like who? It probably
somebody in the
requires
city
more
about the
reading and
Silver Flame?
research.
There was,
What?
but I can't remember exactly.
Oh, you don't know.
Who? Right.
Yeah, but you didn't.
So
Hmm.
are we still in the district, or have we walked out of there far by now?
This is another day.
Oh.
This
Good
is
morning, Ivy. Here's your breakfast.
why I talked about people going to sleep.
What's that? I dozed off.
We're probably gonna have to ask around again. Maybe some churches, or old places. How about like places that keep history or something? I don't know.
I'm gonna cover my mouth a little bit and cover my smile.
Okay.
Pocket, you know who might. Our good friend Jim.
All right.
Wait, no, we're probably go ask.
Oh.
Like,
We'll say
Somebody in the command center.
for your task for today, you're gonna ask around for people who know about the Silver Flame. For Pocket, you're gonna be finishing the arrows up for Kiki, getting the components to finish those.
Mhm.
I'm going to postpone that because Lemongrass is not doing that today. Right. Smash cut back to the morning of the day 5, whenever Haben and Solace are waking up. Lemongrass seems to already be awake, putting his stuff up, putting out the embers of the fire. All right, you guys ready to go? Today's a big day.
Yep. Lead the way. Get up, Haven.
Ah! All right. Let me just stroke my beard for a few seconds. This is my face. This is when he slept on his beard, it kind of, protruded into his face, so he has to, move it.
Haven's morning routine.
Yep. Anyway, he does this as you are walking. And, Vorksan, since you...
Hey, after doing some research, I realized that I wrote down several of the things that I had in my pack, and I did not take the explorer's pack. So I slept on the shitty mattress that was kind of there because I don't actually have a bedroll, but I do have a hooded lantern, so that's what I would have been using.
Okay, that's fine.
Anyway, back to me. What?
I'm just saying, since you don't have a very good idea of time down there anymore, haven't been down there anywhere, we're gonna say you're gonna sleep in for a little bit,
Cool.
but I'll get to you in a minute.
Cool. Just as a question,
Yeah.
what day would we be on?
We're on the 32nd, day 5, Pindi.
Okay.
Don't worry, your date isn't until next Lofty. That's what you said. That's what I
Let's
wrote
hope
down.
you're not on there for a week.
That's what I wrote down. That's what Pandora knows.
Okay.
It's not tomorrow. It's the next.
Excellent, because I meant tomorrow.
Oh, all right. Well,
So if you wrote down that one, that sure is what I meant.
all right.
Borksan's still stressed because even though he apparently didn't communicate it very clearly to Pandora, he meant tomorrow. Great.
Okay. So, um, just as Solace, you and Haven are coming to what seems to be like an opening. Lemongrass shushes you all. So, this area we're going in, I haven't been into it in a couple of years, but the last time I checked, it was nice and open and safe. And also, there might be a secret entrance to it. I just wanted to double check on it, and it might be a good place for you to have gatherings. I don't know what your church is all about, so
Okay.
this.
So it may have a secret entrance. Are you saying that we have to then find said entrance to get inside?
Well, I mean, I imagine you don't want to walk 4 hours each time you want to go to a temple, but that's up to you, Haben. I don't know. It depends. How concealed are we wanting this temple to be, Solace?
Well, the other one was pretty well concealed.
That's true.
And I feel like this city is going to be even less amenable to Church of Aniath than Caldera.
Okay.
So, pretty damn well concealed.
Well, then I guess this 4 hour walk was good then. All right, here we go. So you all enter into this chamber, and the cool thing about it is there is a big pillar, almost a stalactite that's meeting a stalagmite, coming from the bottom of this cave entrance to the top of this cave entrance. They kind of meet in the middle. And the interesting thing is the way that this rock is structured is it almost looks like there are shelves that each little interval going up and down it. Like if you weren't afraid of the underground, it would almost look fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Haven's really kind of jazzed about this. He kind of makes a little bit of noise, like, "Oh my goodness, this could be a great place to store trash. We could make things up there. I could put some of the things I have over there. This is amazing." He starts kind of hopping around, looking at places, kind of looking at the space around him. There's so much room where we could put some chairs over here. Maybe I could put some of my filth over there. What do
I'm
you think?
gonna. I'm gonna start looking for this supposed secret entrance.
Okay, give me a perception check.
That's a 3.
It's a 3. All right. Well, being a human, it is definitely hard for you to see in here without some light to help you. And as you kind of drift away from Haben and Lemongrass, it's harder and harder to see. And you trip over a fucking rock, face plant. Um,
That's fine. I needed to get more dirt on me anyway.
and as you look up, you think you see a large amount of rocks in front of you, like big rocks.
Hmm.
But you can't really tell very well because it's kind of dark over here.
I don't think I have any kind of light source.
You know, you have your,
I have a torch, don't I? Do I have a torch?
Yeah.
If you had an explorer's pack, you would have a torch. Actually, I think most
Indeed.
packs come with torch.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm gonna light up a torch then. Damn it.
Okay. You pull it out of your very unkempt torch that you do not pay attention to at all ever. So it's got like black
I mean,
stains on it.
everyone else in the party has always used their torches or like night vision, so
Right. So, so you turn this thing on, and a strange thing that you notice is that these are big rocks, and they're not covered with just dirt. A few of them seem to be covered with some kind of moss-like structure or moss-like um, texture.
okay.
It's very
That means there's water, right?
maybe.
I don't know what else that means because I'm dumb and don't know shit about plants.
Nice. No, no shit
Um,
about plants.
Aben begins to call your name. Hey, Solace, where are you at? And this is a big, like, if I could compare this cavern to like the size of a church, it's like if you've ever been in the chapel of a big ass mega church,
yeah.
like, that's how big the chamber is.
I'm over here by these mossy rocks.
Haben and Lemongrass come on over, and illuminating the light further, Haben begins to look curiously at it. These don't look like ordinary rocks. Maybe we need to stand back. You didn't tell me this thing was gonna be here. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? We need to and
Haven.
just as
What?
just as he begins to freak out a little bit, you hear and see a little bit of movement coming from the rocks.
This is about to be like that time when I went outside and slept with that ogre outside, or whatever that was, because I wasn't gonna sleep in the cave.
So as you begin to step out of the way, the rocks themselves, these boulders, begin to coalesce around themselves, and you see a bright green light just ping on in front of you as they begin to coalesce around it, forming the body of what looks to be a giant rock golem.
Oh, cool. What the fuck is that?
I didn't know that thing was gonna be here. I have never seen something like that before. Haven's like, everybody stand back. I think I know what it wants.
Haven.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna fucking pull my weapon. I don't know what this thing is, and it looks dangerous. And Haven's a fucking old man who doesn't really know what shit. And then my other companion is a fucking possum that I don't trust.
You pull out your weapon, you're like, ah! And Haven's like, no, don't attack it. I think I can reason with it.
Can it even talk?
You just hear it making. And it begins to bring one arm above its head. And he's like, I'm gonna need a few minutes to do this. Can you distract it for a second? And Lemongrass begins to curse and is like, what the fuck are you talking about, old man?
Okay. I'm gonna start fucking, I don't know, run the other way with my goddamn torch.
Alright, you and Lemongrass start running the other way as Haben just kind of sits down, crisscross applesauce, and you see the golem smash where you guys were and begin to start lumbering its way over towards you. Borksan, you hear a loud rumble come from somewhere above you.
I look up and cool. It could happen
Let's
again.
just bury
Great.
Borksan the rest of the way.
What are you doing? You're now roused by this.
I kind of like come to and oh god, how long was I actually out? Shit, I should get out of this hole at least. And so I leave the little room hovel that I was in.
Okay.
And take anything that was mine that I may have set down or
Alright,
whatever.
where are you going?
I
You hear another. You hear this like muffled sound of.
do I recognize the voice?
No,
Okay.
it's too far away, but that was just me doing the stage version of that.
Well, I mean, I really only have one way to go because there's a cave in the other way, so going the one way that I can go with
Okay.
a little bit of, kick in my step.
Okay, you're kicking your step. You come to a fork in the road that actually has 4 different tunnels. One looks to be going up somewhere, and the other 2 look to be going down in almost like a spiral fashion. Where are
And
you going?
the last one?
The last one, you can't really see too well. It looks to be more of a darker. Since the cave-in has happened, a lot of light has escaped that area. The other one seemed partially lit or something.
Well, that would mean at least I could get out of here. And I guess I'm gonna go up.
Okay. You start going up, and it's just kind of an uphill climb. It almost gets to like a 70 degree. You're gonna have to start climbing.
That's great, because you know what I do have in my bag? Batons. And you know what those are?
What?
Those are mountain climbing spikes. So I'm going to bust those out.
All right, give me an acrobatics check, I guess, or athletics.
That number.
Cool. What's that number?
What did you decide on? You said two things.
Acrobatics is fine.
Cool. So 9 plus 11. So 20.
20. All right. Just coming up, and you hear another. It's getting louder to you now.
Sweet.
You're ascending. You hear Haven, Solace start mumbling. Allow me to commune with this golem.
Haven, what the fuck are you doing?
He's like, shut up, Solace, I'm focusing. As give me a dexterity saving throw.
Jesus. Oh my god, that's a fucking 2.
All right, as you get lifted, as the impact sends you flying, and you kind of face plant onto the ground, you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
I blame Lemongrass for all of this.
Lemongrass is just yelling, "I'm so sorry!" As he did
Probably let us here to die.
And after a moment passes of you all fleeing in circles around this thing, as it's trying to attack you, you actually begin to see Haven start to float off the ground, and a purple arcane energy begins to form around him in a circular fashion, and his eyes open to reveal purple, kind of bright purple coming out of them. And just as you turn around and look at the golem raising another arm, you see the green essence that is protruding from the place where these rocks are forming around tinges to a purple, and then he stops. And you look back to Haben, and Haben is sweating profusely, and he kind of mumbles in what seems to be like a language that you don't recognize, that you've never heard him speak before, that almost sounds earthy and rock-like, as the golem lowers its arm and slowly begins to come over to Haben, and just stops in front of Haben, and Haben opens his eyes again. Oh, and he falls to the ground. Okay, everything's good, guys.
Solace just brushes the dust off of his face and is like, what the fuck did you do?
Lemongrass reiterates this. You hear one last Vorksan as you get to the top of this kind of incline, and and as you pick yourself up, you see a archway that seems to have been caved in.
Fuck me.
Haben is, basically I just communed with the golem, and now we're pals, I think. Hopefully. Well, I'll have to do it a couple more times, but yeah.
Okay, whatever the fuck that means,
You
as
just
long as
kind of look up at this 20-foot tall golem that is just kind of standing still. He basically, the look of him is he's got two big boulders that represent like his chest, and a couple of swirling rocks that represent kind of his torso, and two big boulders that lead to smaller rocks for his feet, and then just has big buffy kind of rocks as his arms.
Okay. So you communed.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So I talked with it. You can communicate with these creatures. I may have not have told you this before, but before I gave my life to an Ith, I was a bit of a druid in my time.
That is rich.
Hey,
No,
what you
that
trying
was
to say?
that was Emerald. I'm sorry. Um. Okay.
Anyway, I
So you can
pay for it. What?
talk to rocks.
I can. Well, specifically this one. Do you want me to ask it anything?
I mean, yeah, I guess if
What do you want me
it
to ask?
doesn't know where these secret entrances are.
You hear him speak again in the old rocky, like kind of tone, and the rock golem turns around, reels its hand up for another punch, and both you and Lemongrass kind of wince like you're getting ready to dodge out of the way, and it punches its arm through one of the areas where the golem was in front of. Borkson, I'm gonna need you to give me a dexterity save.
We immediately kill Morxan.
You can use
Yeah, maybe.
your whatever thing for this. Evasion or not evasion.
Nah,
Uncanny dodge.
if I don't have it, hold on.
Didn't think you were gonna be making saves and shit, did ya?
All right. So what am I making? A dexterity save?
Yes.
All right. I need to update that.
You're jumping out of the way of big old rocks.
You're a fucking rogue. You better fucking evade.
So the save is a 10.
Okay. Plus.
That's it. That is all the pluses.
Okay.
It is a 10.
All right. You get smacked into the wall with a big rock. You take 5 bludgeoning damage.
Excellent. By the way, I don't get to use uncanny dodge because one of the stipulations is when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack.
Get
Excellent.
jacked, bitch.
Orxan gets smashed into the wall. Fuck me.
The other rocks just fall down, and Haben's eyes open again. Here. And Solace, you see a rock fall off of a figure. Where you going? Oh. Okay, well I gotta wait. I gotta wait for your reaction. Okay. You see a large rock fall off of a humanoid figure that then falls down some kind of chasm or some kind of dark area that you cannot see beyond. And the archway is open.
Was that a person? I ask to the room.
You kind of hold up your lantern, and
I thought I was like, was it just like I got smacked by the rock? I thought I was like pinned against the wall.
it pinned you, like it threw you against the wall, like hit you, squished you against the wall, and then rolled off.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
'Cause
Well,
he
I'm
was
probably
clearing- he was clearing the doorway.
Well, I'm still probably reeling from that, so
You fall to the ground. He is blue. Lemongrass says.
I know someone blue.
I kind of roll over. So is lemongrass like right over me, or
Yeah.
I kind of take the lantern and I like shine it right in lemongrass's face.
Flashing eyes.
And I kind of like blink for a second, and then I kind of like flick myself in the face.
Name's Lemongrass.
Cool. So I'm not hallucinating. Great. Today is excellent. Hi, lemongrass.
Vorksan?
Beyond Lemongrass, you hear Solid say Vorksan, and as your vision kind of begins to not be fuzzy, you see a giant rock monster.
All right. So maybe I am hallucinating because I see Solace and the rock monster and Haven. Haven. Of course, it's like Haven. How could I forget that? Great. So Solace, do you know how you normally feel about the underground? First of all, why are you in the underground? Because of how you feel about the underground. Second of all, I'm starting to fucking feel that because I have had a fucking day.
Tell me about it. We were here in search of this, and then I just like throw my arm behind me to this cavernous space.
As you do, you see the golem mimic your hand and just kind of point to the.
It's mimicking me? What the fuck?
I thought I rested long enough, but maybe I need to rest some more. I have no fucking clue what's going on right now.
I
Great.
haven't
And
rested
Morgan
at
just
all.
kinda,
How do you
like,
think I feel?
go sit against the wall and kind of slide, like, put his back against the wall and do that, like, slide down until he's sitting thing.
Put your back against the wall.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I put my back against the wall and I slide down and just to sitting position.
Okay. As you put your back against the wall. I'm just kidding.
Literally die.
Wait, so Vorksan aside, how exactly is this a secret entrance? This just looks like another fucking tunnel.
It sure is. You should see the drop on the other side too. I bet you could slide down it. It'd be pretty fun.
I didn't say it went back to the surface. I just said there was another entrance.
Oh, I hate this little rat.
Also, Solace, new friend?
No, not really.
You see lemongrass kind of go, oh man.
Kind of like,
He has given me no reason to trust him.
Oh, that's worth clipping and sending.
I kind of wave lemongrass over and kind of pat the ground next to me. I would come over to you, but I'm traumatized.
You see Haben get up and he's like, well, it's nice to officially meet you, I guess. And the golem holds an arm out too. So
Does Rocky there have a name or?
I haven't given him a name yet. We just met.
Great. Haben, it's great to make your acquaintance.
You good with names?
I can be.
What do you want to name him?
I kind of look him up and down.
So he's very mossy, but definitely old stone rocky. It doesn't look to be made out of stone that's from the cave or from the under labyrinth.
Is he like? Does he have like rounded shoulders and joints, or are they like kind of blocky?
They're rounded because they're made out of boulders. I was thinking Larry, but I'm bad with names, so.
Larry sounds great to me.
See?
You know what? Larry's a great name.
All right. How do you like Larry? And the rock golem just looks at him. And Haben tilts his head, and then the rock golem tilts his head.
Apparently, we all just fucking communed with the golem.
I don't know why you're upset about this. This is amazing. We now have a guardian of the temple area.
Do we have a guard? Like, will he constantly be communed with you then? Is that what you're saying? Like,
I don't know. Figuring I could spend some time with him. Maybe, buy him some dinner. Maybe he'll be...
He's saying it's going to become a trash
You're gonna
golem.
wine and dine the golem, Haben. Excellent.
Solace.
Amazing trash golem.
Solace
Larry,
just
I don't think
laughs
it's trash.
because, he can't do anything else at this point. He doesn't know any other reactions. Anyway, Vorksan, why the fuck are you in these tunnels?
Did you ever get that feeling that you want to go out in the middle of the night just to kind of wander?
Not really.
All right, well, you're wrong. Second of all, I had that.
I grew up wandering. It's not really something that I enjoy, but thanks.
I mean, I guess that's fair. I mean, I did too. I just also, I don't know. There was some nostalgia kick.
So you decided to wander the tunnels that apparently have giant spiders and bats in them, according to this
Oh, they
thing.
do. Yeah, they definitely do. So, I mean, the Wander turned into the Wanderings, an adventure. As I kind of dove down into the labyrinth down here. I used to run around down here a lot when I was younger. Um, I don't know. I've had a few good little reminiscences while I was down here, but
You can give me a perception check, Michael.
man, has it not been easy. I ended up accidentally camping in a little hovel that I found after a cave-in kind of trapped me down there. Perception?
Yeah.
15.
This space is familiar to you.
Like childhood kind of familiar. Wait, hold on. That wander feeling. Wait, no, this isn't wander feeling. This is just nostalgia feeling. I kind of look around. Is there anything like shelves or markings or?
Give me an investigation check.
Gonna investigate and probably do poopy.
Do poopy. Lemongrass, by the way, while this is going on, says he's sorry to you multiple times, Solace, but he also does mention that, hey, you now have a place to have a temple and a guardian, so I kind of did you a favor.
I just glare at him.
I kind of look around the room, and while I'm doing so, so lemongrass, the how are you familiar with the labyrinth? Because I used to run around down here a lot, but you
Same. Actually, I still do.
how they collapse most of the tunnels to the surface. Do you just live down here permanently, or do you go in and out through Haven?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. It makes as much sense as anything else.
I'm also smallish. He kind of points to himself. I can get through a lot of small areas.
I'm kind of like stooped over staring at lemongrass because lemongrass is tiny and Vorksen's pretty tall. So it's kind of like the hunch over. Yeah, I guess you're right. You are kind of small. You could probably. I bet you're good at digging too, aren't you?
Assumptions aren't welcome, but maybe, I don't know.
I mean, if you're down here, you'd have to be good at digging with
I'm just
all the
kidding.
collapses and stuff.
I'm pretty good at digging, I think.
Yeah, you'd have to be. Anyway, I rolled a 15
15? Okay.
for my investigation.
Kind of follow your instinct along one of the walls.
I follow my nose
Yes.
wherever it goes.
Cool. You see some thieves' cant on one of the shelves that is on the outskirts.
Sweet. What does it say? Wait. Okay, now tell me what it says.
And it just says O's stash.
Does it have like an arrow or something?
But
Okay.
it's more like a direction, not an arrow, but it's like a direction. Because if it was straight up an arrow, then people would be able to, oh, like over here.
Whoa, okay, an arrow in thieves' cant.
Yes.
It is a direction. Cool. All right. Well, hey, it's been real. I may have found what I was looking for.
And what I'm looking for.
Okay.
As Vorksen's kind of like walking out of the area, I kind of do the walking away, hand over shoulder. It was nice to meet you, Lemongrass. Haven, Solace, I'll probably see you around.
Maybe if I ever get out of these fucking caves.
At least I know where your body is.
Haben looks at you, Solace. Well, I think we should call this a place. What do you think?
Yeah, why not?
All right, excellent. I'll make preparations. I'm going to spend a little bit more time with Larry here and see if I can't eventually leave him to guard our place while we're not here.
Okay. Well.
Lemongrass, if you can draw me a map, I can find my way out, I think. Are you sure? Yeah.
Yeah, Haven, are you sure?
I have a giant golem with me. What's the worst that could happen?
Are you
get
sure about
lost and die? It's not like the golem can follow you through the tunnels.
Fine, I'll come back later. He kind of hugs the golem on one side, and as soon as he releases his grip from the golem, he begins to walk out with the three of you. The golem then collapses.
Is this like a Goron, like a?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Like it just tumbles down into like a bunch of no form rocks, or it
Yeah.
still keeps its form.
Nope, it falls down into a bunch of rocks near that entrance where he punched through.
Like, does it look like it did before? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, it looks like no one would be able to surmise what it is unless they, did an arcane check on it or something.
Right. And like, so did Larry collapse back over the entrance that he uncovered? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just start leading the way back out because I'm done
All right.
with this day.
Alrighty. Roxanne, do you want to do your thing, or do you want me to skip you for the moment?
Yeah.
Do what? Do what part? Which one? Okay. So you saw the thieves' cant.
Yeah.
Okay. So the arrow seems to just point to something that looks to be some kind of hand palm kind of carving. Investigate. Okay, sure.
I feel like that's a thing I should do more often. Also, I should turn my mic on more often.
Ah.
Investigation, you say?
Yes.
14.
14. It is not trapped.
Would I know how to work it, or if it does anything?
Give me an intelligence check, I guess.
Is that not what that roll also was for?
No, I can't. You can't do two. No.
You asking for an intelligence roll now?
Yes.
Are you sure this isn't a sleight of hand roll?
I mean, you could just touch the fucking thing.
I did it! I touched it with a natural 20.
Oh, okay, yeah. And your hand pushes in on around the grooves in it, and your claws kind of punch in where 5 fingers would be, and a small crack emerges in the side of one of the walls.
All right, I investigate and take out if there's any. What is in the crack?
You don't know.
Cool. What's in the crack? I look.
Okay, it seems to be
I
a little.
point the little lantern in it and do that thing where you you have a light and you gotta like move your head around to get the light
the
in
light
it.
running off of another wall and coming back to you. So it looks to be like a crawl space of some kind.
Can I fit it in it?
Yeah.
Cool. I go in.
Out with your lantern.
It's a fan.
Okay.
What did you think that was?
I don't know.
Josh just got like a really paranoid look on his face, like
Sounded
what
like
house is
a
got-
screaming frog or something. I don't know.
Yep, screaming frogs. Gay frogs.
Turn the
Fine, I
frickin'
put my
frogs gay.
I put my lantern in the entrance
Okay.
and like point it down the crawl space as I go in it.
Okay. You crawl in. You get stuck and you die there. Anyway, you crawl in there,
I die with a 17.
and what you see is a little bitty bed, like a kid's bed, and there seems to be a small little table with a little drawer in it, and a little lock on the drawer.
Cute.
And on
I-
the bed, there's like a half mildewed teddy bear.
I pick up the teddy bear, sadly, because I recognize the teddy bear. I'm saddened. I kind of want to take the teddy bear. I put it in my bag, and then I go over to the desk. Is there anything on the desk, or is it just nothing on top?
There's carvings that you recognize. Carvings that you and her used to just carve into stuff.
Sweet.
It looks like you two were practicing your thieves' cant. to one another.
The desk was probably a pain in the ass to get down here. I tug on the, just like nostalgically knowing that it's not going to open, but I tug on the drawer to see if it would open.
Does not give.
Yep. And I take out my tools and I guess I'll
Okay.
Nice. Is this a sleight of hand, or is this
This
rolling
is
with proficiency?
Yeah, that one.
Cool. That's a 10.
10. Well, you're rolling. You have the thieves' tools, right?
Yes.
You have advantage on that roll.
Oh, okay. That's 21.
Oh, okay. You unlock it and then it explodes your face. You unlock it and
Excellent.
What? What? I like thinking.
Looney Tunes style. Vork's down with a completely blackened face. Nice.
There seems to be a small little bit of parchment that is folded, as well as a couple of little baubles, a couple of coppers, a gold piece, and a ornate-looking wand.
I don't remember her ever having this. And I kind of study it. Does it look like it's made it like what is it? Just like plain wood? Is it like?
Give me an investigation check. Well, yeah, you're just doing the wood properties, so yeah.
Well, like I'm seeing, what is it? Is it made of wood?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's what I was what I investigated to see.
Well, it's wood. There's wood in it.
Okay.
Just give me an investigation check.
Fuck. How'd I roll on the fucking table? 11.
11. It looks to have some kind of like walnut wood in there, but
And is it like finely crafted or just kind of like haphazardly made?
It's very finely crafted. It looks very old. But you feel like the to the touch, there's some kind of other material in there that you're not sure. You're not an expert on like how wands are made or what goes into them, but it feels something that might be organic or used to be organic that got melded into the wood.
I kind of gingerly place it on the desk. What else is in there? You said there were like some baubles
Yeah,
and
there's
stuff.
some baubles. Like there's like a little
tops. Or...
Yeah, like a top. There's one gold piece and a couple of copper. A shiny looking part of a door handle. Just shit that people take that looks shiny sometimes.
I kind of set it all on the desk, and then last I go for the note. I kind of.
Okay. The note is addressed to you.
I am shocked.
It is from Ophelia. It is written in kid language.
Oh yeah, I'm not fluent in kid. Do I need to?
It's called gibberish.
It's completely written in Thieves' Cant. But the handwriting is a little, kid's handwriting. But basically it says, I'm so sorry, Worksan, that I had to go away, but there's one thing in my stash that I always wanted you to have. If you ever find this is something I snagged, my greatest escapade. Something that I snagged from an old grumpy wizard that used to live down here. I don't know if he will ever find this before you do, but hopefully you'll find it before him. I think the prospect of magic and the possibilities it has is amazing. And I know you are always destined for things beyond the Under Labyrinth. Hopefully this helps. I'll miss you always, Ophelia.
Forsen very gently folds the letter and puts it back on the desk with everything that's on the desk. And cries a single happy tear. Then I want to start gingerly putting everything in my bag.
Okay.
Even the door handle and fucking everything.
Alright.
From the desk in my bag, from the bed in my bag. I'm just taking everything.
Alright.
I check under the bed to see if she hit anything else.
Might be an old knife under there, but it's not even a dagger. It's like a pocket knife or something that has been made into a knife.
It's a shank.
Yeah, but you know, it's like if someone stabbed a piece of metal into a piece of wood. You're like, this is my dagger. So it's
Yeah,
like
it's the wooden sword before the keyblade.
yeah, totally.
It makes more sense that also, but
Okay.
use it there. So I'm taking the bear,
Okay.
wand, the copper gold, and the door handle, and then the letter, of course. That was it. Lorkson kind of sits in the doorway, or the little crawl space doorway for a moment, and just kind of reminisces and is sad. And I'm gonna crawl out and see if I can't figure the little door thing to shut again.
Okay. You just press it and it goes.
And then where the little door, like it's like a handprint basically kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right underneath it, I want to draw, like, take my lightning dagger out and carve a little V underneath it, and at the bottom of the V, do like a little lightning bolt coming off.
Okay. Cool.
And I'm gonna leave.
All right. You head out. Haven and Solace, you head out after a few hours as well. Lemongrass, since his tells you he actually had a little bit of fun, and you might still be mad at him, but he's glad he was able to find you something that was useful to you guys.
I mean, it's not so much that I'm not angry with you. I just don't trust you.
That's fine. I don't trust you yet either, but you know, the operation you got going on, it's kind of funny. I mean, cool.
The operation. Okay. Well, I know the way to and from the cavern.
Okay,
So,
that's good. Anyway, if you ever, I don't know, want to hang out again, or you need to find some secrets and stuff, I can always help you find those things. Your blue friend there looked kind of cool.
Oh, yeah, that's Vorksan. He's not cool at all,
Oh,
actually.
he's not? Oh, okay, that sucks.
He talks way too much. Yeah.
Until we meet again, I guess?
What?
Until we meet again, I guess?
Sure, kid.
Alright, see you around, guy. It kind of gives you like a...
Haven, don't go back down there without me.
Oh, but what about Larry?
We can go again soon.
Alright, fine. I have to collect some tithings anyway.
Yes, you do. And some followers.
Yeah.
We have to teach other people the way, or it won't really matter.
Oh, yes, I was going to tell you. So I think we should have a different approach to the church when we're taking followers this time. Hear me out here. I think that the old ways of Anaith were a little bit scary and kind of drove people off. If you remember when you and Paula first joined, I told you about back when I was a follower, we had to sacrifice babies, or you know, a bunch of flesh and stuff. And
Well,
you know,
yes, of course, Haven, but it's not like I go around doing those things.
that's what I'm saying. It's kind of bad.
My ass.
Bad for our image. You know, I think maybe we should not put that in our official texts about maybe you should you should sacrifice a baby. And that's anyway, I had an idea, and I think you're gonna like it because do you remember all those awesome pranks we put on each other when you were young?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do.
So I was thinking, and I'm pretty sure Nath would agree with me because she loves tricks. But what if one of the sacrifices you could do as a tithing to Anaith would be um do a big prank or a massive grift of some kind, right? And then once you did said thing, right, you could bring back a piece of evidence and either burn it or present it to the temple of Anaith, and that would bring great boon, or it would satisfy her because she loves a good prank.
Yes, of course, that's fine. I
Yeah,
don't see
right?
any issue with that. I mean, of course, we would still need to provide the appropriate other sacrifices, but
Oh yeah.
you're a priest and I've been in the business for a while, so I think,
I would say you're a full-fledged paladin by now.
of course I am, Haven. What I'm saying is we can be responsible for the scarier parts if you want.
That's true. That's true. Uh, I also think it is interesting that Anaith helped. Well, she helped you and I, but she also helped thousands of others in Caldera. So,
Well, Caldera was a place with a lot of attachment, I think, to Anaya. So that makes sense. And I did ask her for that help.
that's true. Um, anyway, I just think that maybe the old ways of Anaith are turning into a how should I say? I guess renaissance or a new age of Anaith followers, and I think we have a great opportunity here to maybe present a funner way to worship our deity. After all, the more followers she has, the more powerful she becomes, and right now I hear her less and less because well, one, she has no temple, and two, she has no followers other than you, me, and Paula, and maybe one or two others.
I agree with you, Haven. I'm just saying maybe we should wait and let her tell us that she doesn't want her previous sacrifices before we decide to stop giving them to her.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I don't want to. I don't want to piss her off.
Yeah.
But
That wouldn't be a very good turnout, considering that everything that I do relies upon her.
yeah, I'm just very nervous because I haven't heard from her in a while. Do let me know if you hear anything from Anaith.
Of course.
Anyway, I'll see you later.
Make sure you start gathering.
Mm-hmm. All right. That is your day done. Pocket, you have let's say for everything that you spent on arrowheads and feathers for the arrows, we'll say that'll probably cost you a total of maybe 2 gold pieces.
Oh.
25.
Okay.
Because those components don't cost very much.
Nah.
So you managed to fashion. Go ahead and give me a. Guess this would be. Give me one last dexterity check. But you're using this. This wouldn't be with your wood carver's tools.
Oh. 6.
Oh, okay.
We're all really rolling so bad tonight.
So you don't finish the arrows, but you manage to get about 10 of them done.
Okay.
You realize it's a little bit harder to make the arrows from scratch than it is to totally buy them, but you're going to get through this, damn it. You're doing it for Kiki.
I'm gonna finish it.
So you can finish these tomorrow if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. So,
GM,
yes.
can I have written a letter at some point today and have it sent off?
Sure.
Right.
What would you
me
like?
to
Yeah, go ahead.
say?
Yeah, I don't know why you sent it to me.
Queen of Shields, Elise Dantius. Forgive the absence of myself and Vorksan Farrakry. He wanted me to accompany him to the meeting we had arranged at your permission, but he has gone missing without a trace. I do not know what he had in mind to speak about, and I can only hope that he returns in a day's time. I will send for the help of other crests to locate him if he does not return. Crest bearer Ivy Sersau.
So, you're sending this around like midday.
Yeah,
Right.
something like that.
Yeah. Okay. The rest of your day goes pretty uneventful because, well, honestly, most of the people you ask have no recollection of the Silver Flame. A couple of the more religious people, maybe a couple monks roaming around, have heard of it, but they only remember like some of the scandals and some of the juicy details of stuff that happened to them. Not anything that's pertinent to stuff that you would maybe like to know, which is unfortunate. You do see, just because you're curious, you do pass by a couple of armorers that do remember making weapons for paladins and clerics of the Silver Flame, and they recollect them always being very particular that they come with some sort of magical radiant damage attached to them, and you know how they were no nonsense when it comes to armaments versus evil.
Meaning that they always came with
Prepared.
low frills or over prepared.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No frills.
Gotcha.
So the day passes into night, and at the beginning of the 33rd day, or 33rd, the day sticks on Lati. Ivy, being fruitless in your efforts, you get up early and a little bit of frustration, but also a little bit optimistically, because you're hoping to learn a new skill today. Now, what kind of new skill would you like to learn today? If you want, I can pass you up while you think about it.
Glass blowing.
I was actually going to think it's a simple skill. It might get me laughed at. But cooking.
Okay.
Yay!
You laugh at you, nerd.
All right.
Yeah.
Are you wanting to head down to the artisans to find someone who might be a chef or a very adamant?
I think I'll look for
Called it.
somebody that looks kind of like well-weathered. Hands that
Okay.
look like they've been working. See, like, look for the person with the roughest-looking hands, the sharpest gaze, and the best-smelling food.
All right. You make your way. Are you gonna take a carriage, or are you just gonna walk there?
You know, it's kind of nice out. I've got
Okay.
nothing to do today, and I need
Yeah,
to just
The
breathe
bad
out.
weather from the past few days has passed. It's the rainy season because it's spring,
Oh god.
or you know, a little bit of the rainy season because it's spring. But
I'm gonna change.
but
like,
right now it's springy.
I got
anyway.
no armor on, so I'm gonna take my satchel with me.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of like lighten the clothes load a bit, because you know I know what it's kind of like whenever it's muggy, and there's part of it that's kind of nice if you know what kind of clothes to wear. You can still feel a bit of the cool. So
Okay.
I'm walking.
So, you by about noonish, you make your way towards the artisan area of the district. the dock areas, and immediately, you hear the tinking and the working and various different skills at work, like glass blowing, carpentry, masonry, all kinds of stuff. But you let your nose be your guide as you eventually pass from what mostly is warehouses to houses with big houses with smokestacks and things like this, as what looks to be a giant building that there seems to be, as you walk inside, there seems to be multiple chefs who seem to be working on various different iterations of confections and stuff like that for the queen. What are you doing right now, Michael?
Me?
You jamming to... Okay. Anyway. Everything in here smells good. You smell everything from pastries to cured meats and searing of meats and stuff like that, to the chopping of vegetables and the aroma of vegetables kind of coming in the air. It's kind of a dealer's choice here of who you want to walk up to. Many of them, most of them look to be of kind of either royalty or high restaurant status of cooking. But you do see a couple, and they are kind of farther in the back, who look to be cooking for workers and things of that sort, to look to be working with a lesser amount of ingredients. There's lots of stew smells coming from over there. One man who has a soul patch going on and very long hair that's tied up in a bun, and he seems to be just stirring viciously in a couple of different bowls and tasting a few things, and then pouring all of those into a bigger bowl and setting it on a big fire. And he looks to be very weathered. He has a couple of battle scars on him and stuff. And give me a investigation check as you kind of look him up and down.
Oh, please don't be bad. Be a good roll. The 4. Are you kidding me?
You're mesmerized with his cooking to really notice anything else about him,
All
other than his face and what he's doing.
right. What are the ingredients like?
Lots of stew stuff. Like, he's cutting up some sausages and like onions and carrots and a few mushrooms that he had been recently just sautéing. As you got over there, you kind of saw a plume of fire, and it kind of caught your eye.
Sound like simple travel food.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's got my attention. I'm walking over.
All right, are you going to greet him? He looks to be like laser focused on this stew that he is making.
I'm gonna kind of roll up my sleeves a little bit.
Okay.
And then just kind of, like whenever I was back home and I would just volunteer to help in either the greenhouse, cooking hall, and the church, I just walk up, what do you need done?
Oh!
Just like, it's trying to like, just as fast and quick as I can.
Grab the stew over there. I need you to pour it into these 4 bowls, but I need you to pour them slowly because they need to have an aroma about them. The flavors need to mix. They need to work with each other. I need to...
And I walk over, grab it, show me on the first one, and I start pouring slowly as I can.
Okay, you start pouring slowly as you can. Give me a strength check.
Oh boy,
This is a big
gonna
pot.
go horridly. What is tonight? 7.
7. You begin to pour it, and it starts to slip out of your hand. And as soon as he sees it, he holds. He's like, gently now. And you pour it, and you see the way there's like a little spigot on this stew pot, and as it pours, it kind of that makes the stew swirl into the bowl, and that you were smelling before begin to become accentuated. You can almost smell the different pieces of the meal kind of all come out separately as it kind of swirls and the aroma kind of takes it in. And he's like, this is medicinal meal that I gotta use to feed some of the soldiers today. So we gotta be both quick but also efficient and correct. What's your name?
Ivy,
Nice to meet you, Ivy.
what's your name?
My name is. Oh. Do.
Columbus.
Sorry. Call me Penley.
Pend? Spell that?
Penley. Penley.
Penley? Alright.
Penley. Penley Ram. RME. RAME.
Alright, Penley. And I'm going to keep trying to do this.
All right, now I'm gonna need you to set that down, and I'm gonna need you to start chopping some onions.
Alright.
Now, have you ever chopped onions before? He kind of looks up before going back to his stuff.
Yes, and I guess I'll pull a small... I don't have...
I'm gonna need them in chunks.
Alright. About the size of what? Sugar cubes?
Yes.
Alright.
And as you begin to work, this would be a dexterity check for this.
You roll it again.
Why?
Do you want to roll it again?
Yes. Okay.
Well, no, it's your call. You
Go
said-
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. You rolled before I told you to roll.
8.
8. They're not chunks, but they're resemble chunks.
The speed is getting to me. This is a
The
very...
speed, yeah,
well,
speed
I
is
can
getting
totally
you.
help, and I'm like, oh my god, this is going so fast.
You get a little of like peel in there, like the outside of onion, but you do okay. And he comes through and he kind of picks little pieces out that he immediately sees, and he scrapes it into the stew. He's like, have you cooked a lot?
Not in this kind of environment, no.
Well, this is a little fast. I'm sorry. Are you are you here for a reason? I don't mean to
yes,
be rude,
but only after we're done. Only after we're done with what you need.
All right. Well, I just need you to let's see. He kind of looks you up and down. You're a cleric. You want to bless the meal?
Right. Okay. What do I do?
I mean, I don't know. You're the cleric. You bless it. You just kind of look at him with your eyes wide open. Do what you do. He turns around and he starts washing his hands, and you see him grab a big piece of lettuce and just kind of split it down the middle perfectly with just his hands. He just kind of rips it open.
Oh wow.
What you doing?
So there's a bunch of soldiers around. There's a bunch of soldiers who are coming to pick up this meal before they go out and do things.
Yes.
All right. I'm just gonna, simply cast like a small thing. I'm gonna cast Beacon of Hope
Okay.
on it. I actually don't know. I'm like, I've got to do this before. I was gonna do guidance, but then I'm like, these people are. So, not.
Okay. So, go through your ritual process. What do you do?
It takes me a quick. I have to sit there for a few
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay.
I bring my hands together, say a small prayer. The tips of my fingers glow. Like I put my hands together to pray, and then as I finish the prayer, I kind of bring my hands apart. The little tips of my fingers are glowing. I just kind of wave my hand over all the meals.
Okay. See a small
And then I look out at the soldiers.
twinge of spiritual energy. Well, there's no soldiers here yet. These preparing the meals to be boxed and then sent to them. But you have, as far as you know, have blessed the meals successfully. And he's like, fantastic, all right. So I just got to put these in the boxes, and then he starts putting them in the boxes. You help. This doesn't take any check from you. It's just placing them in the boxes. And places a little side salad goes in there, as well as what looks to be some kind of cookie in there as well. And then he snaps his finger and gets one of the bus boys that comes down, and he hands him a 2 silver pieces. He's like, "Thank you. Get these. These need to be there by 1 o'clock. Go." And then he runs off with his little package and heads out the door. And then he takes a big, deep breath. Right. So you said your name was Ivy. You have an interest in cooking, I'm guessing, or are you just trying to do some good deeds? I see you're a cleric.
Well, I've been involved in several scuffles, several fights, many long days. I haven't even been on the job very long.
I know that feeling. I used to be in the military myself.
I remember growing up, as I'm sitting here like kind of cleaning a little bit, my little area. I'm like, I remember when I was growing up, I would help churches, kitchens, especially at home. Genty has a tendency to less foods and feasts of the harvest, but was always much more relaxed, and fundamentals didn't have to be too great. But I want to do something. I want to do this well. Because nothing helps a cause like a full stomach.
Do you have a group of people you need to cook for?
Yes.
All right. Well, might take you a couple of days, but I could teach you some of the basics on how to keep them fed. Mainly, the thing you're probably going to need is some cooking equipment, probably, and some ingredients, and maybe to know how to find some ingredients when you're out adventuring and whatnot.
Would it also help? Probably something to also hold a few different foods on the road that aren't mostly preservatives.
Yes.
Salt.
Yes, salt definitely helps. But if you're going to be feeding people who are going to be seeing combat, you're going to want proteins, you're going to want good veggies. You're going to want to have them battle ready, especially if you want them to have a little bit of extra vigor about themselves before they go into a battle. Granted, you can't ever anticipate every battle, can't plan a meal before every battle, but,
Honestly, I think it's felt less hungry before my battles as I have right after them.
That works too. So, if you want, I can teach you some basic functions. What do you have any, you gotta go on a mission or anything here in the next few days?
Probably not, no.
No.
Although I'm trying to, I think I've actually left my crest inside of my satchel.
Alright, well, how about this? Over the next few days, I don't know, let me look at my schedule, hold on.
I do know that
Yes?
if a friend of mine comes back, we have a small meeting to go to, but other than that,
Well, I'm a little bit booked. I've been charged with feeding some of the refugees, and we have a lot of them to feed. So,
sounds like you could use the help.
right. But I don't mean this as an insult, but I can't focus on you and focus on them at the same time. But I will be able to teach you if you would like to be taught by me. After let's say the 2nd of the new month. Yeah, it should be Jadi of Mach.
How many days is that?
From now, you're on day 6, so 7, 8, 9. That would be on day 10. And basically, I would tour you for about 2 or 3 days, and by then you should have a basic function enough to work around some cooking tools. Maybe not be the best at it, but you'd have a proficiency with it.
That's 4 days from now.
Yes.
All right.
So, do we have a deal?
We have a deal. I hold out my hand
Put it there.
and I try to like shake it as hard as I can.
He does the same. He does the same. What I need from you, I have a little project for you. Over the course of either while you're waiting or over those 4 days, I need you to exercise your cooking skills and find me a ingredient that is something that you may find in the wild. Well, no, never mind. Scratch that. I need you to find me an ingredient that you want to cook with specifically. It's got to be one ingredient. You only get to pick once. But I want you to find me what you think is the most important ingredient in a myriad of meals you are going to be using. Bring it to me, and on your final day, we will cook a meal of your choosing.
All right. And is this an ingredient or is this an item?
It's an ingredient.
All right.
That's all.
All right.
You have a good day.
Thank you, Penley. And I'll walk off.
Okay. Okay, Pocket. Give me one more dexterity check.
Okie dokie. Let's see how this goes. 12.
12. All right.
Are you
Right.
kidding me?
You managed to get through the rest of them.
Woo.
One or two of them look a little janky, but let's say 22 of them are perfectly pristine.
Oh.
Good crafted arrows that you've made.
But I was on a roll in the beginning, and then it just kind of got worse.
Yeah, that's usually how it
Aw.
starts. But hey, 22 arrows. So,
All right.
Are you going to give those to Kiki? You want to like put them
Yeah.
in a room, or
I will lay them out, display them
Okay.
on her dresser or something.
okay, cool. With the rest of your day,
Pocket hides them around the room.
with the rest of your day,
I put them underneath her bed cover. No, really?
these are amazing. Sleep with them. I have written down for you for the rest of the day. You wanted to search for materials to make bombs.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I need to do that.
So you go
Around
into
the block.
town, and you're going to be shopping for some of those.
Yep.
To kind of speed this up a little bit, you managed to find stuff that resembles what gunpowder might be, as well as different ingredients to put into something that would make a fast expansion.
I mean, I do have some gunpowder with me,
Right,
right?
right.
That so I would just have a
And according to the book that you've read through, you also you go to a few blacksmiths and you ask them if they have any metal scraps
cool.
that you could have.
Yeah.
And you managed to get away with enough materials that costs you about 20 gold pieces.
Okay.
We'll say 25 to round out maybe the carrying devices for some of these bombs that you want to make.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Cool. Shopping.
Vorxan, so you actually also found a scarf. My bad.
Sweet. I would have taken.
Oh,
one
I
as
thought you were talking to me for a moment.
You found
I was a little confused.
a small wool red scarf that Ophelia used to wear all the time.
Oh, Vorkson would look so good in a red scarf.
Yeah, I know.
well. It's for okay. It's for a female child, but okay.
So what?
Solace, you meet with Pollard about a potential new living area for the refugees.
Yeah.
What places were you thinking of?
I mean, we did mention that area of the city, right? That someone was talking about hadn't had anyone live in it for a while.
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't there, but I was raising my hand. Not that anyone other than Josh could have seen it, but I was raising my hand because I was that person that talked about that.
Yeah.
And I had suggested the south side of town because that had the least amount of lived-in people, and that's kind of like the slums in quotation mark of Vestia, but it would be pretty close to the fucking Ritz-Carlton coming from Caldera.
That could be a good place. I also heard whispers that people are trying to.
What the fuck was that?
That was Michael's.
I coughed.
That was not a cough.
I mean, I turned my mic off, so you heard it through Josh's mic, but
That sounded like a child laughing, but okay.
That's weird.
I am a child laughing
I also
constantly.
heard a dog bark earlier, so I don't know. Somebody's haunted.
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, okay.
She also talks to you about. She's heard about plans from some of the artisans to commission some earthbreakers to maybe make a new section of the city. But all of that hinges on Calderans becoming Vestian citizens or not. So she's kind of putting some of her hopes in the vote basket.
Yeah. Well, I just told her that I'm not fully sure how I feel about the government here, but of course it's clearly better than in Caldera. That doesn't mean that it's
Do investigate.
entirely good.
We need to investigate some things.
I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm really.
You're the one with the status.
I know, but I don't know. Solace just feels kind of tired of the constantly investigating potentially corrupt politicians.
I mean, I agree with you. I kind of want to be done with having to deal with corruption. But from what I've read, I mean, I've read a few papers. Apparently people here are fed up with that kind of thing too.
But that doesn't mean that it's not there.
That's true. I heard that they had a run-in with it recently, about a few years ago.
Yeah, people will be people no matter what you try to do.
That's true.
Shit, I was about to say something and I forgot what it was.
Well, suddenly I have to go, so you can't say anymore. I'm just kidding.
Solace bolts upright in the middle of the night. I remember!
That's literally gonna be me in a few minutes when I fucking remember what I was gonna say.
You just wanted to tell her on a different day?
Oh no, I remember. Okay. Because she was talking about. Well, I mean, of course, I'm gonna tell her about the church and the whole
Okay.
goblin thing.
You're telling me that... Okay, we'll skip past that for now. But...
I'm essentially telling her to not let Haben go wandering off on his own into the tunnels because as much as he would love to commune with Larry, I don't believe that he could find his way back out.
Alright, that's fine. He needs
Not yet.
He needs to be collecting trash and garbage and stuff anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Essentially, I'm like, hey, Pollard, maybe don't let Haben just go off on his own, doing secret things for like a whole day.
Alright, well. You know how crafty he is, but I'll try.
Send someone to follow him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
Alrighty. Two more events happen in the day that you guys have no idea about. And that ends day 6. Michael's looking at me like, what the fuck, man?
I would have been fine if you just didn't tell me.
All right. You want me to spill the beans? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 events have happened that things you guys don't know about.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
When I said maybe you just don't mention them, and you're like, mention all of them? All right, I can do, Bucko.
So, as you all, I was gonna say this. Oh, this has been happening throughout the course of this week so far. Word has spread around the town about the motion to vote for permanent residents for Calderans, and there's various opinions that are flowing around town. Most seem to be positive and willing to add more people to Vestian workforces and to expand the city. Some are worried about being able to feed all these people. A couple people are overworked. The people who are actually trying to house and feed these people. Some people are just stubborn and they're like, "Oh man, what if they get a business and my business is gonna die because they have a new business?" Other stuff like that.
They're gonna steal our jobs.
They're gonna steal our
What
germs.
jobs? You don't have a job, bitch. You haven't had a job in 10 years. Fuck you.
Different positive and negative stuff like that. But for the most part, most of the people that you run into or talk about it that recognize you thank you for the deed that you have committed. As on the start of day 34, and this is where we'll end tonight. We'll end at the end of this day. Day 34, or sorry, day 7.
34.
It's on Indy. So you all get a letter. The letter is actually sent to it's sent to Vorksan.
Oof.
No, I was gonna say it was sent to Maven, but Jim tells you that it's for Maven, so you guys read it anyway. But he wouldn't be able to do that, so I'm not doing that. It's sent to you, Vorksan. It seems to be from the castle.
Ooh. I could rip it open like a child on Christmas.
Okay. It seems that Delric has been appointed as the Vestian prosecutor in the trial against both Toby and Bartholomew Hornswallow.
Wow.
He also talks about potential asking any of you questions if any of you have time or would be willing to stand trial for either Toby and Bartholomew. Ivy, you receive a return letter from the Queen.
Okay.
The Queen has regretfully sends you a reply of she is so very sorry. She has also been very busy and was not able to meet with you a couple days ago, but she is available today if you would like, or tomorrow if you would like.
That noise is disturbing.
Yeah, what is that noise? Is that coming from Cameron?
That's probably from me, and it's an airplane, and that is because I live 4 miles from an airport that distributes for UPS.
Nice.
Well, it sounds
That's where
like
they should live.
ghosts and a sink.
I was gonna say I thought
Yeah.
it sounded like growling, like a demon growling down a hallway, like echoey kind of thing.
I'm pretty sure it's the airplanes that fly over my house every 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, I bet it is.
Yeah, totally.
It's probably definitely not demons.
Or ghosts in the sink.
This is like the prime time for the airplanes, actually. So there's another one coming right now.
Another ghost?
Another demon down the hallway.
It's flying higher up, so it's not as loud.
Demons in spoil.
Roxanne tells everybody about the letter of if you've for questioning and stuff.
Okay.
Hey, Josh. Next time I'm gonna not fucking use General So's chicken. I'm gonna
Oh
fucking
no.
use vegetable fried rice,
You're gonna be rude about it.
and I'm gonna eat all the crab rangoons before I get home.
Yeah.
He's the one who made fun of me. He dug his own bed.
Dug his own bed.
Thank you, Fraser.
Go on. Go on.
I finished my sentence, and then you made fun of me. So I'm done. I have completed the thought. I said that I will reiterate, and maybe Josh can make fun of me again. I said that I will share the letter with everybody, so everybody knows that in case they wanted to go do trial for either or both of the people, that they could do that. Did it say in the letter that he wanted a letter response, or when he would be best most free, or?
He said he would inform you.
Cool. Excellent.
I'm just gonna be in the crowd and root you guys on.
I'm fucking standing up for my boy. Toby did his fucking best.
I have no real attachment to Toby.
I know. I figured I'm the only one who's gonna be at fucking Toby's. It's fine, guys.
And Bartholomew is a
I
bitch.
support you.
And I feel like I need to like say some shit about him just like for Maven's sake.
Oh yeah, no.
But
Like, we should fucking just instead of doing the trial, during the trial, just fucking kill him.
yeah, I mean,
Like,
I'd
I'll
be down.
drop down from the ceiling and assassinate him.
That's probably not a good idea as crest
I
bearers
don't
in
think that's very
Vestia.
good for our image, Vorksan.
No.
This is
We
Kiki.
have an image?
This is Kiki talking to you.
It wouldn't be.
I do. I don't know about you, but I have an image to maintain.
I probably have an image that if I did that would be maintained, so maybe I should not do that.
Okay.
But that also sounds pretty vengeful. I think we should just stick to
It's not the right.
If by vengeful you mean super cool as fuck.
So.
Sure.
I got two things.
All right.
If the conversation kind of peters off for a bit, I'm gonna ask I'm gonna ask everybody here. So, what kind of guys like?
I like grapes.
Goat. Goat.
What is that kind of food?
I like spicy things. I used to have a pet rat who liked apples though, so I like apples now as well.
Used to? What happened to him?
You see Vorksan have a moment of realization. I suppose nothing. I just don't know where he is.
Well, it's kind of hard in a city, isn't it? You may never find him again. Oh.
What kind of food?
I will eat literally anything.
Ah!
Oh yeah. What about
Bucket.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, Solace, just wait. You should show them Boomer.
Wait,
Boomer.
what is
Kiki
that?
yelled Boomer,
What?
and
poor Atlas?
You
No one
hear,
cares about him.
Wait, what is that caw noise again?
Raven. This is Atlas.
the raven
Atlas. These are our friends.
kind of bows a little bit with his wings.
I reach into my bag and in some of my rations and I pull out some of the hardtack and fruit preserves and I kind of have them on one on one side of my hand and the other on the other side of my hand. And I ask him which he likes better.
He eats the fruit tack.
Of course.
Sweet. Okay, good choice. That was the right choice. And I
I
dumped the.
scratch him on the head.
I
Kick
dumped like
Atlas.
my bag.
So we have a bird now.
Oh yeah. No, and also Boomer and I kind of stand out of the way as the flopping.
You see a big white thing tackle Kiki and lick Kiki on the face. It resembles that of a tiny alligator. It's white.
That's
And I,
Boomer, guys.
and I like grab and pick up a chair.
Shit.
What is that?
Stop. Ivy, stop. Ivy,
What
put
is
the
it?
chair
What
David?
is it?
down.
What do you mean? What is it, Vorksan?
Boomer looks at you with his mouth open, and you see the void, Ivy, as his tongue's like, and he starts walking over towards you.
Why shouldn't I smash him?
Okay, he's a friend. Kiki paid a big old 150 gold, I think.
If I remember correctly, you did not vouch for him very well when you met him the first time.
Yeah, well, he made a really good impression. I was just worried that we couldn't take good enough care of him, but I think now he's a part of our family. And by our, I mean mine specifically, because I need someone else with a snout around here. So,
That's a weird excuse, but I guess I'll take it.
That's so weird. I'm gonna start like I'm gonna start like pushing the chair forward towards. Like
Solace
try to
is
push it-
petting Boomer.
You see him pat. You see him snap a little bit at the chair, but you also see him wagging his tail too. As
oh,
Aw.
Ivy, you better put the chair down. He thinks chair means play.
Okay, and I take like 2 steps back and set the chair down.
the chair falls to one side because he just took a bite out of part of the chair. But you do not see it in his mouth.
Oh yeah, and apparently he's got like a mouth void or something. And I look at Kiki.
Holy shit, are you for real?
Yeah, he can, like, it goes somewhere. And apparently he also does it to his food. Like, he doesn't have any control over it. He just
It just
warps
kind of happens.
things somewhere.
Here, try the jerky that you have.
Oh yeah. And so I fish in my bag and I pull out more of my jerky and I, Boomer, Boomer, Boomer,
Holds his head up. Ah!
and I like flip the jerky so it lands in his mouth.
Vanishes.
I pull out another one. I know you really want jerky. Try to swallow this one.
I grab Vorksan by the wrist.
He swallows it.
If
See, look, he eats some things and sometimes he can't eat.
if he eats anything of mine, you're paying for.
I mean,
Wait, where does it go?
we don't know. And first of all, Ivy,
He's from the
I just
same
wanna go on
Hill,
record
so probably goes
and
there.
say that I'm not the one who purchased this.
I
Creature?
point a finger at him.
I mean, I don't give a shit. It's pretty
Yeah, I
fucking
think you guys
cool.
are focusing too much on Boomer here, but we also have a bird. He's very.
I know, poor
But
Atlas.
the bird isn't going to eat my things.
Oh, it's true.
The bird also won't send them to another plane of existence, maybe.
Also, Solace has seen lots of birds before.
This is pretty good.
And he's a cool raven that knows how to do things. See? Here, give me another berry.
Well,
Oh.
I have a pet golem now, apparently, so...
Excuse me?
A what?
Who I've also met. Guys, apparently I've been in between everybody. Although in my ranking, and this is completely unbiased, it goes Boomer, Solace's Golem, Atlas at a close second. And I look at Atlas and I give him a finger gun.
He just calls at you.
Come on,
Yeah, that's right.
guys. You're hurting his feelings.
Let's all walk over and hold out a hand or something.
I'm sorry, do you know many other birds who are almost as cool as a rock golem? Because I don't.
His name is Larry Vorksan.
Well, they haven't met Larry yet. I didn't know if I could use
start
his
laughing.
name.
Larry the Rock Golem, huh?
Yes.
Here. I'm what you're made of, and I'll throw a berry into the air and say, fetch.
Okay, you throw it as hard as you. Give me an athletics check.
Atlas, instead of fetching the berry, reveals himself to be made of feathers, being a smartass.
Wait, what check was it?
Athletics.
21.
What?
You throw, wait.
Actually,
Wait, up
no, it was like 25. 25.
It smashes against the ceiling.
there. Way up there. And you see him clamps it in his mouth and dive bombs onto Pocket's shoulder and then gulps it.
I'd like to hold out my hand to try and get Atlas to jump onto my wrist.
Okay. He kind of flies towards you. Give me an animal handling check.
Okay. Please don't be poopy.
Fuck up an animal handling check real quick, please.
That was
10.
shits all over your arm.
10. Well, he was gonna shit on your arm, but instead he's gonna land on your arm and do nothing.
Can I scritch him?
You can scratch him.
Scritch his tummy.
He's soft.
I fucking love Boomer.
You were sitting here, and at this time, you were giving Boomer scritches on his belly, and he's like on his back.
Oh, also, Josh didn't. Well, you may have heard it in Josh's original explanation, but also as he has his he's on his back and his mouth is open. Look, he's got shark teeth too.
Nice.
Yeah, he's in the Feywild.
That could be where he sends stuff.
Probably. It's the most likely.
You guys
We
think
can
he
always
sends
test it
body
out.
parts to the Feywild?
Imagine things in the Feywild just getting pelted by whatever he eats and accidentally moves.
What
No.
if we write a letter? What if we had a pen pal?
How would they write us back?
I
Oh.
don't
Nothing
know
come-
how they'll find a way to send mail back through some magical creature's
What?
mouth or butt. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
All right,
Maybe,
all right.
maybe it comes out
The
another alligator
FPS,
in a Feywild.
The Fey
like-
Postal Service.
All right. Next concern. What if we give the alligator some paper to swallow and he just regular ass swallows it?
Well, then I'll write another one.
I feel like that's a lot of effort, Ivy, but if you're committed to maintaining this pen pal that you're going to make, then sure, whatever.
It's not necessarily a 50-50 chance. You might end up writing like 10 letters that end up getting swallowed.
That's how pen pals work.
That's
I
not
think.
how they work.
Ivy, have you had many pen pals?
No, but I'd like to have one.
All right, that's fair.
As
Just a
you
regular
all
pen pal that
well,
doesn't go to
figure with each
Feywild.
other for the next few minutes. Orkson, you remember your bar idea plan thing?
All right. Well, hey guys, hear me out here. I know that I have been talking about it for a little while now, but I
Your ass.
so I
Tobacco.
don't know that I've ever once mentioned my ass. I do
You
have,
do every time you open your mouth.
You said kiss my ass.
You know what? You're right, Ivy and Solace. I know you're trying to insult me, but you were inadvertently right anyway. So anyway, the other thing that I mentioned briefly recently, we should start a bar. Like legit, like sometime in our downtime that we have, we should just go location scouting and find a place where we could put a bar. I read part of a book and then I checked it out so I could read the rest of it, and I kind of fish in my bag and pull out the business one. We could start a business. We could just start a bar. It would be great. We could do it, guys.
But we're Chris Bear.
And we can't own land and property.
No, but it's the business would we get in trouble? Would they say that we can't?
I have not read many laws, but that also means
Probably
like
don't have any
not
laws
read
against
any laws that say I can't.
That's probably going to end worse than that.
Can I be the
I-
person that kicks people out when they get too rowdy?
I would have no one else do it except for maybe Solace. And the only reason I would have Solace do it is because then he'd be out front instead of in the bar drinking.
I mean, why would I want to be in your shitty bar anyway?
Because you'd be a part of it, helping, I hope, to make it not shitty.
Maybe you
Mm.
can drink some?
And yeah, and then also alcohol, because I'm gonna need a varied taste, because if I let Ivy stock all the liquor, it's just gonna be fire wine.
That's
And don't-
not true. It's
That is
just my
true.
favorite. No, you
Definitely
shut up.
true.
Oh, feisty.
So what about the shoes
Do
with
not
wheels?
have my taste in alcohol.
That, I think we should maybe make a lower priority on the totem pole. But it,
Call them wheelies, or
Oh, the skate thing?
Pocket
your
just
fault.
wants to make Sonic happen.
what if we they're shoes with wheels, right? What if we call
Yeah.
them schwheels?
Schwheels.
Yeah,
I
schwheels.
like it. Schwheels.
And then when people do it, right, they go schwheeling.
What are you people talking about?
Yeah, so Solace, I had this really weird dream one time, and
As you're talking about this, Jim comes up to the three of you, Ivy, Vorks, and Pocket. He's like, I got 3 packages. They don't have a sender address from them, but here you go. They're small little boxes wrapped in paper.
Are they for like individually people's?
Yeah.
I got to the string. I'm gonna open it.
Wait, who got one? Did I get one?
no, it's just the 3 of us. Ivy and Pocket and Vorksan.
Me.
Oh.
So the three of you open it, and inside is a little necklace with a glow stick in it that is uncracked.
Wait, like this thing. This was like part of the dream. This is really strange. So,
What great timing.
What?
That was weird.
so Solace, the long short of it is that in this weird dream, there was like this floor area inside of this club that people had shoes with wheels on them, and they just kind of skated around in a circle.
They what? They whatted around?
Fuck you.
Schwheels.
You're right. They wheeled around. I don't know. I don't have a word for it. But they rolled around with these shoe wheels.
Wait. So you're telling me that all 3 of you had the same dream about this weird shoe with wheels?
Well, that wasn't the only thing that was there, but that was just the
Solace.
part that I
There was
want.
also this thing that shot fire, and there was this metal that flew.
Solace, I had a
Ooh, when there was
cannon.
Hi. Yeah, I had a bigger cannon in my hand that only did it once. I had a sword that
Like,
glowed light.
like it was a wild dream.
Blue.
I had a
Solace,
cannon that was
Solace just like turns and walks away.
And there was typical
Because
head.
none of this makes any sense, and he thinks they're all losing their fucking mind.
All right, but Solace, for real though, think about it. If you want to help out, you can pick the liquor selection because I trust you to do that well.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll think about it. I have some trash to collect.
Yep, I was actually going to say on your docket for today, Solace prepares plans and/or collects stuff for new temple.
Yeah.
So, cool. Can check that off for you. You guys received your glow sticks. There's no instruction to these things, so, but you feel like you'll know what to do in the time of need.
We'll be in a cave full of spiders and we'll hold it up.
You guys talked about that bar idea. Did you want to tell Vorksan anything that you found out about Dark Six?
Sure. Hey, Vorksan. Listen to the stuff that we found out about the Dark Six. And that's what we found out.
That's a lot of deep shit.
Yeah, I know.
Also, hold on. And I kind of, oh shit, you know what?
No, what?
Wait right here. And Vorksan runs back up to his room.
Oh.
And he around in the books that he has and finds the werewolf one because I had started skimming it and it had something about like transformation or whatever, and I kind of run back down and I find there you go. You added an extra one in there that you didn't have to add. So this in here, a bit of this was about like changing and stuff. I mean, I know it's a book about lycanthropy, and that's a really dumb sentiment, but I just thought it was relevant.
Another thing also sticks out to you about the keeper.
The bone dagger,
Yeah.
or which other thing? About...
Bone dagger. Don't you have?
Phone.
No, I can't say that.
Oh,
I'm not the one who saw it.
Okay.
I did.
Yeah,
But-
so that has to not be
and-
Vorktan.
Don't you have a dagger? Your dagger has a bone on the end. Bone, right?
Yeah.
In the book we were reading, and we also saw. Remember in Caldera, there were like symbols of like daggers everywhere. Where the symbol for the keeper is a dagger.
All right. I feel personally attacked here.
I'm just saying. I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
Where's
Is it
dagger
also
from?
because it's a dragon it's a bone from a dragon? It's a dragon bone dragon.
There might be a little bit of that.
What?
Uh huh.
I wasn't there for this part.
I also need to have a conversation with Haven about something at some point.
Okay.
About something.
It's very minor.
All right.
But-
If you want to, write it down and send it to me, and I can put it on for our next session. Because after this day, we're gonna have to end. 'cause it's-
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there any other details you want to give to Vorksan about things that you saw?
I don't know. I'll just describe the symbols and stuff to him and
Bang rang.
the names and what each one was their main. Just, like deity stuff. They're like a deity of stuff. I'll tell him what they were deities of.
Deities. Also, Kiki thinks she saw something, or Pocket thinks she saw something.
Saw what? When? Since we've been here? Since.
Leaving Caldera, there was a winged figure took off from the lava. We were flying away.
Wow. With our luck, that's going to be the bone dragon bit that you were talking about.
What? Why?
I don't know. I feel like sometimes we have exceptional luck, and sometimes our luck is just like poopy doo doo. And I feel like that's going to be one of those poopy doo doo things.
That would just come out of Vorksan's mouth.
Didn't the Merchant King dude have a skeleton of a dragon on his roof?
Oh my god. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Kiki, I'm glad one of us can be off.
Wait, what?
Hey, dragons are my favorite animal, so.
What?
Oh, he did! I completely forgot about that. I remember walking into the room and being like, hey, that's pretty dang cool. But I wasn't expecting that to be important. If it is important.
I didn't notice it at all.
That's bad news, guys.
Oh.
That's one of those things we like to call crossing that bridge when we get there.
Pocket,
Man,
do you remember?
hindsight's
Dude,
2020, isn't it? Oh. Do I remember what?
Pocket, was that a joke because you looked back to see the thing?
Did you say there was a flying thing?
Yeah. I had white wings.
I don't remember running into any other white winged things other than the Bone Devil. But
Kind of hoping it was a good white winged thing, but
Nothing good comes from that city.
Oh, no.
Rude.
Okay,
You're
so
not
like
there.
3 good things came.
You're not
Yeah, never
there.
mind. He's not there.
He's not there.
Hey,
I'm like, alright, well,
again, what's your alignment? Are you good?
I'm working up to it a little bit.
We'll say,
Neutral.
Not right
we'll
now.
say he's chaotic neutral at the moment.
Yep, that doesn't sound like good to me though.
plenty of neutral there. But
Nothing but chaotic things come from Caldera.
I'm just saying. I don't
Okay,
think
like,
the lawful good might
maybe
come out of-
maybe like 4 good things came from Caldera.
Well, maybe we should remember that bone dragon thing for later. Just saying. Keep that in the old memory banks.
Bone!
hey, you know stuff about dragons, right?
I do.
We should discuss that later.
Yes, we should.
Oh boy.
Anyway, so as you guys finish talking for the day, Ivy, your tutor for the artificery has arrived.
Score!
Y'all are going to do the thing. Wait, hold on.
The wait, hold on thing? My favorite.
I say Ivy goes to visit the dorks.
Hey, Josh.
Hold on. You guys want to go do the bones thing tomorrow, or do you want to do it today?
Oh, the remains.
The remains.
I mean,
What
I
remains?
figured we would do that that day. At like
What
time
remains?
thing that day.
So Ivy has received a letter from Queen Elise about an audience with.
And that was the second thing that I was going to say after the food, was that I showed Vorksan the letter.
Then, Ivy, I think I want to do that now. I want to get that done with and resolve all of our things from Caldera.
Okay.
Yo, team, I need to go to bed.
Me. Well, I don't need to go to bed. I can do this thing, but
You know what? We'll stop here.
Let's say I want that to. I want to give that time.
We'll
So
stop in the middle of the day here. As you begin to leave, Ivy, your tutor, stops by and you tell your tutor you have to do it tomorrow. And he's like, okay. The two of you plan to go visit the Queen, and Pocket, you remember that later tonight you do indeed still have to meet with Billy at the clock tower about something
Oh, that's tonight? Okay.
you still owe him.
nice. You almost forgot.
And
oh boy.
and you're gonna go ahead and end there tonight.
I just want to let y'all know that, like, while we were talking about Anayeth, I was thinking back on new stuff, you know, like how Haven was like, oh, maybe we should stop sacrificing children, you know, which, not that Solace has done that particular sacrifice, but Anayeth is, quote, the mercy of the dark gods in the pantheon that she is a part. You guys should go read about the other dark gods if you think that Anayeth is bad.
And like, Anayeth is technically a neutral god, not even like a chaotic neutral god. So like, it's
But she's part of like the dark gods, you know. So like, she is the least bad of them, and she still requires like child sacrifices. So you know.
So that's why I wanted to maybe rebrand as something like trickery, maybe, just because
Yeah.
I feel like that would work for everything. But we'll cross that bridge when that happens.
I mean, I completely agree with your idea, but I also still think that like priests of Anayeth should still be responsible for like the less savory parts of worship.
Alright.
Bye.
Good night, guys.
Oh, I gotta get out of the world. I'm fucking dying.
All right. Well,
Yay.
I hope y'all enjoyed it. Hopefully, this thing will. I mean,
There was a lot of information.
Yeah, it was a lot of.
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
The
A lot
title
of-
should be Digging Deeper.
so
in both the intelligence sense and actually like going underground and stuff.
It should just be day at the library.
Vestia Interlude, or Section 34, or Episode 34, Vestia Interlude, Digging Deeper.
Sweet.
Yeah. So
Underground
we're-
knowledge.
we're in the
Haha.
middle of day 7. Everything else that we have is like skill stuff, or there's an interview. There's people practicing and stuff. But you know, hopefully we'll be able to get to the trial by next time, and then the next episode after that will be the the timber match, and then you guys maybe doing your next adventure or something.
And maybe
We,
Solace will have a new armor.
Yeah, maybe.
I still need to get with William
Yep.
about Sticky Whip.
Hmm. And you need to hang out with Raleigh. There's still a lot to do,
Yeah,
so
my
I'm not
boy
really.
Raleigh was like, "When we hanging?" I'm like, "I'm gonna drink."
I'm
with my
not
boy."
super worried about us, lingering on this for another episode or two, but it is what it is.
Mhm. All right. Ta-ta for
We're
now.
getting
Alright.
redeployed though.
Good night.
Yeah.
Bye,
Night,
guys.
everybody.
Well,
Night.
Bye.